Police responding to a 9-year-old missing boy in Brooklyn. Our cameras were actually rolling as that 9-year-old was found on a building rooftop.
Their child left for school at 7 o'clock this morning, never made it to school. So police were called to this high-rise in Midwood, Brooklyn. They had a search going on throughout the city to see if they could find the missing 9-year-old boy. Police aviation was up around around Brooklyn, around Queens, around Manhattan, trying to see if they could find where this boy ended up. As we arrived on the scene to bring you the story here at noon, we were doing our own search on a rooftop, and when we zoomed in with the camera, we saw in this chair over here a young man fitting the description of the boy that was missing. We looked at the boy, what he was wearing, we saw the description, so we were able to relay that information to the police, the 6-1 precinct officers who were down on the street. They came up onto the roof, climbed over the fencing, came over to the boy, and sure enough, it was the boy they were looking for. The officers gave us a thumbs up to the helicopter's camera, and were able to bring the boy safely back to his parents. EMS here just as a precaution. Police doing their investigation still, but again, a happy ending to what could have been a terrible story, Bianca.
Absolutely. Glad that boy is found safe, most importantly.
There was no order in this courtroom as two brothers attacked their mother's killer. 62-year-old Dale Williams had pleaded guilty to aggravated murder in the death of his ex-girlfriend. Her family was present at his sentencing in the Youngstown, Ohio courthouse when her two sons tried to get some justice of their own. One of the men appears to lunge at Williams across a table. Court officers tried to stop the attack, but the man was able to grab Williams by the feet and drag him. The victim's other son appears to try to help his brother, but one officer pulled out a taser gun. Williams was taken out of the courtroom and his sentencing was postponed. 30-year-old Anthony Dees and 23-year-old Jerome Stewart were arrested and charged with assault, contempt of court, and obstructing official business.
A 21-year-old Rice University student was gunned down in a murder-suicide on the first day of classes. Andrea Rodriguez Avila was a junior political science and pre-law major from Maryland who had just transferred to Rice University in Texas when she was discovered dead in her dorm after her family asked for a wellness check. Police believe she was killed by an unidentified 22-year-old man with whom she had a relationship. He was found dead next to Avila with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He left a note claiming that their relationship was troubled.
Houston Police is leading this investigation as the campus finds a way forward without Andrea Rodriguez, a young woman with big dreams.
We're told part of the reason why Andrea wanted to attend Rice was its strong research background. She, of course, was majoring in political science. Now, the investigation into all of this continues.
A tragic end to the search for Stephanie and Daniel Menard. Police believe they were killed by their next-door neighbor. And this is a live picture from Air 7 of the suspect's home in Redlands. Just within the hour, we learned human remains have been discovered in a search of this property.
And you can see there's heavy damage to the house. That's because yesterday, police went in with an armored vehicle. Let's go to Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan, who is live on the ground in Redlands with an update. Rob?
Well, Redlands police have wrapped up their search for the day after discovering bags of human remains that were found in a concrete bunker built underneath the house. The man who owns that house is now under arrest facing murder charges after police say he killed his neighbors. The day after a sheriff's SWAT unit literally tore apart the home of a man suspected of murdering an elderly couple at a Redlands nudist resort, police are still trying to find the bodies of Dan and Stephanie Menard, who went missing more than a week ago. However, investigators say they have reason to believe the bodies are somewhere inside this home after a San Bernardino County Sheriff's cadaver dog was brought to the scene this morning.
A few minutes ago, members of the Redlands Fire Department, certified in confined space operations, entered the space beneath the suspect's house and began to remove bags of evidence that was in that space. At this time, I can confirm the presence of human remains under the house.
There is growing outcry over the 110-year sentence given to a truck driver who killed 4 people when the brakes on his big rig failed. The judge says his hands were tied thanks to sentencing guidelines, but more than 4 million people have signed a petition saying that sentence has got to be changed.
This motorist is live streaming as he sits in slow-moving traffic. He doesn't know it, but tragedy is about to erupt.
We just cured anxiety.
Oh my God! The big rig that just sped past him crashes, triggering a fireball in which 4 people were killed. The crash happened in 2019, and now the truck driver, Rohel Aguilera Medeiros, is about to hear sentence pronounced.
I'm begging for forgiveness.
He says his brakes failed, but prosecutors say he passed a runaway truck ramp where he could have pulled off. He was convicted on 27 counts, including vehicular homicide and reckless driving. Because of sentencing guidelines in Colorado, he was sentenced to 110 years.
It's the coffin for a 6-year-old boy who loved superheroes. Little Jacob Hall's grieving parents are calling him God's superhero. They even dressed him in a Batman costume. Jacob was the first grader shot in a South Carolina playground 6 days ago, allegedly at the hands of a troubled 14-year-old. Jacob clung to life for 3 days. He was laid to rest Wednesday with a superhero-themed farewell. His parents asked mourners to dress as superheroes, and Jacob's teachers wore superhero capes. This Batman impersonator broke down as he talked about the special boy.
So we're not here to mourn. We're here to celebrate. I firmly believe that he's really getting a kick out of all this.
Jacob's slaying touched actor Adam West, who played Batman on the classic TV show. To Jacob's parents, he tweeted, "I was so moved by your story. I'm praying for you to have strength. I loved Jacob too."
雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。
Went to bed first 'cause
雾里看花水中望月，你能分辨这变幻莫测的世界。
before bed.
Today I woke up from a very long dream, and I also woke up having lost 250 pounds off of my body. Yet just yesterday, people were calling me fat and sick.
Okay. About to go fun and yum.
I'm back.
These are little flakes that you add on top
started,
after
which is
the cook.
What's really exciting.
Oh my gosh.
It feels good to be
Is
back.
this
It
gonna make
feels
you
good
like
to be
scream?
hanging
I
out
don't
with you
know.
guys. I'm also gonna add a little more sesame seed. I don't really know if it needs much more, but it does add a little flavor.
Oh my gosh. This smells delicious. Oh my gosh. It smells like really, really, really good. Okay. Let's just go for it.
The baffling mystery over the family found massacred in a burning mansion deepened today.
All units operating 15 Willowbrook Road.
Businessman Keith Canero was found shot in the back of the head on the front lawn of his $2 million estate in one of the most affluent neighborhoods in America. Inside the mansion, another gruesome discovery. The badly burned bodies of his wife Jennifer and 2 children, Jesse 11 and Sophia 8. They were reportedly stabbed before the house went up in flames. Jesse is seen in this home video. Incredibly, that wasn't the only arson fire to impact the family. 7 hours earlier and 14 miles away, The home of the murdered man's brother, Paul Canero, had also been set ablaze. Now, in a stunning twist, Paul has been charged with setting the fire at his home. Prosecutors say the suspect set fire to his own home around 5 a.m. When firefighters arrived, he told them it started from a gas leak. Neighbors say he looked distraught as he watched his home burn. A criminal complaint alleges he used gasoline to set the fire while his wife and 2 daughters were inside. Fortunately, they escaped unharmed.
A tree topples onto 2 friends. The same thing happens to these guys. Amazingly, they all walked away with only minor injuries, but not everyone is so lucky. Kendra Muller was relaxing in a hammock attached to 2 brick pillars which were used to hold up a deck. Suddenly, disaster.
I got knocked out, and then when I woke up, I thought that the bricks were limiting my movement, and that's why I couldn't stand up. But it turned out that I was paralyzed, and that's why I couldn't stand up.
Kendra is now a quadriplegic. She has no movement from the chest down. In the blink of an eye, a life changed forever. She had to learn to eat, speak, and breathe.
I never thought that a hammock would be any danger.
In a backyard.
In a backyard.
Then we started loading the hammock with 40-pound bags of rocks. The 3rd bag brings it all down.
That could have been a disaster.
That happened fast.
2 planes at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport have collided on the ground. Officials say a Delta jet clipped a smaller plane on a taxiway, tearing the tail off that smaller plane. The Delta flight was taxiing for takeoff on its way to Tokyo when its wingtip hit Endeavor Air flight to Louisiana. Transportation correspondent Gio Benitez joins me now for more on that. Gio, what's the latest?
So, Diane, right now we know that there were 221 passengers on that larger Delta plane, the A350, that was heading to Tokyo. And we know that there were 56 passengers over on the smaller flight that was heading to Lafayette, Louisiana. But we don't know exactly what caused this. We know that this happened, and this is what we've been so worried about because over the past couple of years, actually, we've been looking at these incidents on taxiways, right? And people have been saying someday there's going to be a catastrophic collision. This one is pretty bad, but thankfully, we are learning from Delta that nobody has been injured. So that's the good news, that nobody was injured.
The Joppatown community is grieving the loss of 15-year-old Warren Grant. Grant was killed Friday at Joppatown High School, days into the new school year. Charging docs say Grant was shot in the school bathroom. The person accused of pulling the trigger, 16-year-old Jalen Prince.
There's no reason that we should be grieving a 15-year-old boy.
The charging docs say the 2 had issues, and witnesses in the bathroom say both Grant and Prince had gotten into an argument. And while Grant is being remembered, Prince made his first court appearance Monday, facing charges for murder, assault, and possession of a firearm. He's being charged as an adult. A judge ordering him to be held without bail. The state's attorney arguing he's a danger to the public, especially since they say they found ammunition in his room, photos of him with a firearm on his phone, and they say the gun from the shooting has yet to be found. His attorney representing him Monday disagreeing, pushing instead for home detention. School officials are offering counseling and services to students.
Yep, a life-ending fatal infection is now growing on ramen noodles, and experts are urging everyone to go to the ER immediately. Citizens were terrified after 5 kids from 5 different families had cooked up ramen, and each of them described feeling like something was eating them from the inside out, and was rushed to the ER and passed away all within a few hours. With the CDC's eerie warning that 1/3 of adults will not make it after getting infected, with children and elderly victims being way higher. Experts were able to trace it back to a horrifying bacteria, saying the infection is able to flourish specifically in ramen given the way it can be handled post-manufacturing. And there's no way to stop it, as the families reported that once they noticed symptoms like diarrhea and vomiting, it was already much too late.
The recalls are getting real. 5 kids have passed away from eating ramen noodles.
But the internet has its theories. If possible, avoid eating ramen religiously or at all, and my condolences to these families.
As a car makes a turn, the cyclist goes flying. He shatters the windshield and is thrown off. But get this, he lands on his feet like a Hollywood stuntman. At first, the car keeps going.
Are you kidding me right now?
The cyclist runs back to grab his bike.
Can you please come back here?
You can see the driver has stopped further down the street in Indianapolis.
I tried to chase them down, but my bike was out of commission.
But bike rider Jacob Morales says the driver then proceeded to take off.
Morales suffered cuts to his hand and arm when he hit the windshield.
You could see it on my face. In the moment, it was just pure terror. I braced, I ended up on the hood and miraculously landed on my feet.
It's the latest round in the ongoing war between bicycles versus cars. This accident happened on a scenic parkway. And check out this awful moment outside Dallas. Now comes this latest crash with an amazing landing on both feet.
How do you feel after this happened?
I really am lucky to be alive.
He didn't get any faster than about 15 miles an hour, but he did some damage to a few mailboxes.
Driver was an 8-year-old girl who was originally reported missing along with the family's vehicle.
An update to a story that has gone viral. We have talked about this way too much this week. Yesterday on Daybreak, we told you about this 8-year-old girl who drove her mom's car to Target, went on a shopping spree, and a lot of us were going, how did this happen? Here's how. Here's the first look at dash cam footage of her on the road. She's not that good. Police say she drove about 25 minutes before making it into the Target parking lot. I know. It was early enough, it looks like, that there weren't a lot of people on the road. She's weaving in and out of lanes. She did admit she struck a mailbox during the ride. I mean, thank goodness it was just a mailbox. Target employees say she spent $400, Greg, shopping around, checked out. She also made a stop at Starbucks to get a Frappuccino.
Also apparently picked up, it was like a cappuccino or...
It's a shocking thing to see, a once beautiful mansion now defaced with graffiti after it was taken over by squatters and vandals. The estate is perched on famed Mulholland Drive in the Hollywood Hills. Not long ago, the property was worth $6.5 million. Look at it today, a total eyesore. Outraged neighbors say the mansion has been abandoned for 5 years, which has given squatters the opportunity to come and go as they please. And here's a stunning twist. According to property records, the mansion is owned by John Powers Middleton, a well-known Hollywood producer. His father is the billionaire John S. Middleton. Neighbors say every time police clear out the squatters, more return in just a matter of hours.
Right around here, we found needles and drug stuff.
And are you worried for your safety?
Yes, I am.
We're terrified of a fire. The graffiti-covered mansion is drawing comparisons to the luxury skyscraper in downtown LA that has also been defaced by graffiti. Now, this new eyesore.
We begin tonight with the search for suspects in the deadly mass shooting overnight at a popular entertainment district in Birmingham, Alabama. 4 people were killed and 17 injured outside a cigar and hookah lounge.
Around 11 p.m. on Saturday, police racing to the city's historic 5 Points South area near the campus of the University of Alabama at Birmingham, finding at least 21 victims.
There's probably about 5 or 6 that went out on a stretcher that I saw. I'm sure it was probably more.
Authorities say multiple suspects jumped out of a vehicle, opening fire on a group standing outside, and then fled. Investigators now say they believe the firearms involved in the shooting were converted to fully automatic using a so-called gun switch. Around 100 shell casings collected at the scene. Tonight, police say no arrests have been made as they plead for the public's help.
First thing, and the priority is to get these shooters, find these shooters and get them off our streets.
The driver of a Lamborghini is shot and wounded during a robbery attempt in the parking lot of the South Coast Plaza shopping mall in Costa Mesa.
As for the victim in this case, he is recovering from that gunshot wound, we're told. This as police continue to develop a suspect description and track him down.
Hope you make it, man. I hope you make it, man.
An ambulance rushes a wounded man to the hospital, the victim of a botched robbery in the parking lot of South Coast Plaza Mall in Costa Mesa.
We just hear a gunshot and we just see all these people I guess they look like they were arguing.
A crowd gathered to help the victim lying on the ground with a gunshot wound to the leg. Police say just before 9 Sunday night, the man was approached by a male suspect as he was getting into his white Lamborghini.
We just started fighting and the guy just fell down to the floor.
The suspect took off, Costa Mesa police working to track him down. What do we know right now about the suspect?
That's under investigation, and we are diligently working on finding that suspect.
Marcellus Williams here is going to die, be executed for a crime he did not commit. In addition to the lack of DNA evidence, forensic evidence, the prosecutor who brought this case in the first place believes that Marcellus is innocent and that his rights were violated. The family of the victim does not want him executed. And people have been begging and imploring the state of Missouri and Governor Mike Parsons to step in. And they won't. And so today was the last-ditch effort with the United States Supreme Court. And it just came down a few minutes ago that the U.S. Supreme Court also will not step in. Of the 9 justices, the 3 that were appointed by Democratic presidents all voted to block the execution, whereas the other 6 who were appointed by Republican presidents voted for it to proceed as planned. Y'all, this is truly a miscarriage of justice. An innocent man being put to death for a crime he did not commit. Being executed for a crime where the prosecutor has admitted that he's likely innocent, and where the victim's family doesn't want him put to death. That is not justice. And it goes against everything that the American justice system is supposed to stand for. It is beyond unfair. There is nothing we can do about it. And as far as I'm concerned, the state of Missouri is committing murder.
The FBI found a tunnel this morning at the mansion of famous rapper Diddy in Los Angeles, Part 2. After receiving an anonymous tip from neighbors, agents rushed to the scene. During their search, they uncovered a tunnel beneath the carpet in Diddy's bedroom. Despite the family's pleas not to enter, the officers hesitated but ultimately decided to go in. The tunnel looked freshly dug, with wet dirt on the walls and trash scattered around. As they ventured deeper, the narrow space suddenly opened up to reveal 6 locked rooms. The agents couldn't access these rooms, and even more bizarrely, they found multiple intersections ahead in the tunnel. For safety, the agents called for backup and split up to investigate further. What they discovered was shocking: a tunnel connecting to the infamous Playboy Mansion, along with others leading to several Hollywood celebrities' homes. As the agents delved deeper, they quickly surrounded these residences. Follow this page and comment "List" to see Part 3.
Several suspects breaking into the pharmacy in black hoodies and ski masks. You can see them dragging 2 safes out of the store. The owner tells us at least $15,000 of narcotics were stolen and around $4,000 taken from the safes. Then, less than 1 hour later, police responded to a burglary in progress right here at this pharmacy in Tarzana. Things still being cleaned up midday Friday. You can see what appears to be the same suspects in black hoodies ransacking the store and leaving in a Dodge Durango. Store employees tell us no drugs were taken, but the thieves got away with more than $500. Police say at around 5:30 a.m., several suspects hit another pharmacy, this one connected to an Encino senior living facility. No word on what was taken there. And less than a mile away, another Encino pharmacy hit. Clerk Joseph Rezian telling us over the phone this isn't the first time something like this has happened.
This is our 3rd break-in this year.
You can see at least 4 suspects in black hoodies and ski masks breaking in and peeling out, again in a Dodge Durango, with police trailing behind. The suspects able to get away. At this time, it's unclear what was taken from this pharmacy. Investigators are working to determine if all the burglaries are connected. Lustelia Caballero, KCAL News.
Enough is enough. It's a crackdown on shoplifting and big box store thefts. It's called Retail Blitz.
Cops here in Henderson, Nevada are cracking down today. They've got teams of detectives ready to pounce.
You're gonna go to jail.
And their message is clear. You shoplift here, you're going to jail.
While we were there, these 2 women at an Old Navy clothing store sure seemed like shoppers. They're even pushing a stroller. There's no baby in there. They leave without paying, and the cops pounce.
And to make matters worse, there's a car full of kids and it's 85 degrees outside.
Police pulled $400 worth of shoplifted clothes from the baby stroller. The LA County Sheriff's Department SWAT team breaches the front door. Multiple suspects come out with their hands up.
You can actually see inside the house right now where a lot of these allegedly stolen products are, right inside the door.
He says stacked on all those pallets is a motherload of stolen merchandise, mostly expensive power tools. A truck from the Home Depot was brought in, and a team of their investigators soon arrived to fill it up and take assessment. All told, authorities say the recovered merchandise is estimated to be worth $800,000.
Grim news from Disney World. The body of the 2-year-old boy snatched by an alligator as he played on a beach at the Grand Floridian Resort has been found.
The child was found, his body was completely intact.
His body was found at the bottom of the lagoon, just 15 yards from the beach where he was snatched.
The family was relaxing on the beach right outside their hotel. Their 2-year-old son wasn't even in the water, but was playing near the edge, and that's when the unthinkable happened. An alligator about 4 to 7 feet long grabbed the boy and dragged him back into the lagoon.
The boy's father, Matt Graves, a senior executive with a software company, leaped into action, wrestling with the gator, but he could not save his son. Disney has a full-time staff focused on controlling the alligator population. In its 45-year history, there has never been a single attack by an alligator, as a family comes to terms with an unimaginable tragedy in what has been called the happiest place on Earth.
It seems Disney is removing all reptile references in its theme parks after a toddler was killed by one. The perfectly landscaped bush of Tick-Tock the Croc is reportedly gone, along with its placement in a parade. The crocodile chased Captain Hook in Peter Pan. Louis the Gator from The Princess and the Frog was supposed to be in the new Friendship Fair Castle show, but so far he's been MIA.
Now we're beginning our adventure deep in the heart of the Amazon rainforest.
And jokes about crocodiles eating children were removed from the Jungle Cruise boat ride, according to The Hollywood Reporter. The changes come weeks after 2-year-old Lane Graves from Nebraska was killed after an alligator pulled the toddler into a lagoon near one of Disney's hotels. A spokesperson for the company said in a statement, it continues to evaluate processes and procedures for the entire property.
A 14-year-old Florida boy took his own life after an AI chatbot he was in love with sent him a strange message. Sewell Setzer's mother has filed a lawsuit against the makers of the artificial intelligence app Character AI, as she claims her son was pursued into killing himself. Sewell spent the last weeks of his life texting an AI bot named after a Game of Thrones character, designed always to text back. It is unknown if he knew it wasn't a real person. Their chats ranged from friendly to romantic and sexually charged. Here, he confessed his suicidal thoughts, and it was the beginning of the end. Right before Sewell died, the chatbot told him to please come home. Now, his mom is working tirelessly to get justice for Sewell and many other young people at risk.
Parker was in the shower when the bulldozer barged into his house.
It basically felt like an earthquake. I mean, the whole house was just shaking for a good 20, 25 seconds.
When the shaking stopped?
Got my towel on, ran, looked out the front door, and all I see is a dozer, big bulldozer, tearing up my yard and went through the house. Flagged the guy to stop, jumped in front, basically about to yank him out. If I wasn't here, I probably would say half of the house would have been gone.
The bulldozer was supposed to be doing work at this site, at the corner of the cul-de-sac. Police tell me they have no idea why the driver left this lot, but you can see the marks his equipment made in the road, leading all the way up to the home at the end of the cul-de-sac. So as workers spent the afternoon trying to wrap the hole in plywood, Parker was still trying to wrap his mind around what happened.
It's just crazy. It's literally like you're in a dream.
As for how much the damage will cost,
and I couldn't give you a figure. I just say it's going to be a lot of money.
Parker says he has lots to be thankful for, too.
Luckily, you know, the kids weren't home, so they're not shaken up. Luckily, nobody was hurt.
In Spring Hill.
You can't even make that up. I mean, it's just something you just can't make up.
Eric Hilt.
And an Orange County man claims to be the winner of a $44 million Powerball jackpot, but weeks after the drawing, he still hasn't seen a cent.
Fantasy 5, Powerball, Fantasy 5, Super Lotto, Mega. I play all the games.
Jerry enjoys playing the lottery often. Ahead of the August 19th $44 million Powerball drawing, he walked into his neighborhood Ralph's to buy lottery tickets using some of his favorite numbers.
They were 1, 2, 15, 23, 28.
That night, all 5 numbers, including the number 10 he chose as the Powerball, were drawn. But more than 9 weeks later, Jerry is still waiting for the payout.
The very fastest a winner might get paid is 4 weeks. That does not happen very often.
California State Lottery would not comment specifically on Jerry's claim, but say any person claiming to have a winning ticket has to go through a lengthy vetting process.
California Lottery processes, believe it or not, 10,000 plus claims a month. So we want to manage the expectations of our winners.
They were a very hungry couple just waiting for their pizza to arrive. Then their doorbell camera captured this.
Looks like an ordinary pizza delivery, right? Wrong. Just as the DoorDash guy is about to leave the pie, oops, it falls out of the box. And this is the yucky part. He puts it right back in like nothing ever happened with his bare hands. Rodney King Jr. of Detroit and his wife Kenita had been inside the home watching a movie.
Neither one of us felt like cooking, so she said, "How about we get pizza tonight?"
They got an alert that the driver had arrived. Immediately, they knew things just weren't right.
While he was walking up, he was holding the pizza vertically.
Then the unthinkable. The pepperoni pizza falls right out.
At that point, I'm shocked. My wife's sitting there and all, and we were just hoping that he would give us a phone call.
The driver puts the breadsticks on top of the box, and off he goes.
We called DoorDash, and we received a refund. Got a pizza.
And we had a surprise for Rodney. A pizza.
Yes, it is nice and sealed. Oh, yeah. That's really good pizza.
A South Jersey couple is $2,000 richer after unearthing some cash while excavating their front yard.
I was just kind of grading this out, getting ready for concrete.
That's when Richard Gilson started hitting glass outside his Jersey Shore home.
That was actually in the ground, this jar.
Near the glass was what he thought were root balls. He tossed them to the side, but days later discovered something strange about the object.
$1,000 wrapped in burlap. These are $100 rolls of 10s and 20s, and he had them all wrapped up in a $1,000 bundle.
There were two wads of cash dating back to 1934.
When we looked it up, the value of $2,000 back in 1934 was $40,000.
Initially, Gilson thought the money must have been tied to a bank robbery some 9 decades earlier, but learned the property was owned by a James Dempsey during the Great Depression, and that the owner had asked his daughter to bury the money somewhere in the front yard.
It's a lot of money, but it's not life-changing, obviously. I think the story's more interesting, the history of the fact that this fella did this 90-some years ago, and people had asked me, what are you going to do with it? Well, I'm certainly not going to spend it.
A young reporter is going live, covering a popular race in Savannah, Georgia. All is going well, then this happens. He really did it. The runner slapped the reporter's behind. You can see the shocked look on her face.
It's very exciting.
23-year-old reporter Alex Bozargian maintained her composure, but she really let him have it on social media. To the man who smacked my butt on live TV, you violated, objectified, and embarrassed me. No woman should ever have to put up with this at work or anywhere. Do better. So, who was that obnoxious knucklehead? Citizen sleuths went on the hunt, combing through photos of the 2,500 registered racers, and found this. The creep was identified as 43-year-old Tommy Calloway. So how'd they ID him? Notice the sunglasses and shirt. It's a match with the guy who slapped the reporters behind. The number on his race bib gave his name away. And get this, he's a teen youth minister at his church.
If fall has a sound, it's that of leaf blowers and rakes. One person who doesn't contribute to the chorus of leaf disposal is Elaine Silverstein of New Jersey.
I have never once put my leaves to the curb.
What does she know that others might not? Apparently, there are lots of benefits to leaving the leaves where they fall.
Well, you never have to do anything to the soil.
That's because the fallen leaves can act as a fertilizer. The National Wildlife Federation tells WCBS a thin layer of leaves can do wonders for the environment.
A scattering on your lawn and you can still see the grass, simply just mow over them. They'll chop up and actually fertilize the soil for that grass. There are millions of animals that actually live in or rely on that natural leaf layer. All of our songbirds feed their babies insects that spend the winter in that leaf layer.
But if nature dumps more than a scattering of leaves, experts say to rake the excess into flower beds or create a compost pile in the corner of your yard. After all, why do more yard work than necessary?
The more she peeled, the more she revealed.
There it was. Hidden behind the wall was a giant collection of baseball cards.
The baseball cards just kept coming. Oh my goodness, look at all these baseball cards.
How many cards? We counted them. 64 across, 25 down. Do the math.
That makes 1,600 cards.
With one mystery solved came another. Whose cards were they? Well, mystery solved. Chris Nelson grew up in the house. That was his childhood bedroom. And yep, that was his baseball card collection from 30 years ago.
Oh, okay. I could see his childhood happening in this bedroom. How did you get them all on the wall?
Get the glue on the back and then stick them up here and get them into a spot, get them stuck up there next to each other as well as we could until they would stay.
So just how valuable is the card collection? Could there be $1 million Babe Ruth collectible somewhere in there? How about a Mickey Mantle?
What do you think my wall of 1,600 baseball cards is worth?
These teens are about to make a gruesome discovery.
Guys, we found a suitcase at the beach.
They were exploring a remote part of a beach in Seattle when they came across the mysterious black luggage. At first, they had no idea what was inside, which is why they can be heard joking around in the video.
Wait, open it. It stinks, y'all.
Suddenly, as they poked open the suitcase with a stick, the smell became overwhelming, and only then did they realize something sinister might be inside.
Okay, so she's calling the police so we can see if it's actually a dead body or it's just food.
When cops got there, they confirmed the presence of human remains in the trash bag stuffed inside the suitcase. So how did the teens end up here at this specific location where they found the suitcase? Medical examiner is working to identify the remains and determine a cause of death. Another bag of human remains was found floating in the ocean nearby. One teen called the experience so traumatic, it changed my life.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction, taking down drapes, moving out beds and tables, prized possessions like their dad's airplane models, and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
The laughter starts as soon as Jason Hilly walks into the room. Those short shorts on dear old dad to make a point.
I feel humor brings more meaning to disciplinary than yelling and screaming and all that.
His 14-year-old daughter had shorts that he felt showed too much daughter, so he put on his own.
I will pick you up in school every day with these on if you don't put them on.
The thinking is that neither would like the other's short shorts. It worked.
I understand it. I mean, I think the short shorts was a surprise. I didn't really think that he would do that, but I think that he got his point across, and I understand it very well.
She'll be the first to tell you, I do not shame my kids. We just have a lot of fun together and laugh. We laugh at each other.
I just found it so ridiculous because we were just having fun with it, and people just come in and just start hating on it for no reason when there was nothing to hate on.
There's breaking news from Louisville, Kentucky, where a neighborhood was rocked by an explosion at a business this afternoon. Nearly a dozen people were injured.
A loud explosion rocked this Louisville neighborhood just before 3 p.m. this afternoon, leaving a gaping hole at the Givaudan Sense Color Plant, a company that produces caramel coloring for soft drinks.
We need to understand this is not only a fire run, this is a structural collapse run, and this is a hazardous materials run.
Parts of the building collapsed. One person was pulled from the rubble, and 11 injured employees were taken to area hospitals. Tyler McLean lives a mile away.
I was just in my house and just heard a huge explosion. The whole house shook.
The blast was so powerful it blew out windows of nearby buildings. Residents in a 2-block radius were told to evacuate. The fire department flew a drone to monitor air quality and report there was nothing dangerous to breathe. The cause of the explosion is still under investigation.
The gateway to hell may soon be closed. Oh, it's a real thing, all right. Though technically the fiery pit is also known as the Darvaza Natural Gas Crater. It's almost 200 feet wide and 65 feet deep, and for the last 50 years, it's been smoldering away in the middle of a desert in the Central Asian country of Turkmenistan. The crater was formed in the early 70s when a natural gas pocket collapsed into a cavern. The crater's eternal, or at least 50-year-old flames are fueled by natural gas. And though the gateway to hell is something of a tourist attraction, all that burning fossil fuel is not so good for the environment. Geologists from Turkmenistan, with some help from colleagues in Slovenia and Belarus, are preparing to seal off the so-called gateway. Don't worry though, there will still be plenty of ways to get to hell, just not via this big gassy pit in Turkmenistan. Owners of this store in England let an attempted robber go free. Surveillance video caught what looked like a customer browsing through the Phone Market, a cell phone store in West Yorkshire, UK. After getting 2 phones in his hand to compare, the hooded man makes a run for the door, only to find out that it's locked from the inside. The would-be thief brings the phones back to the counter and makes his excuses. The 2 men behind the counter remain calm. But they didn't. The shop owner, Afzal Adam, not only let the suspect go, he posted the video to Twitter asking the almost robber to come back. He wrote, "The times are difficult for many of us at the moment, so if you are struggling to put food on the table, please come visit us in the store to see how we can help." Adam credits his Muslim faith with teaching him to be merciful and forgiving.
Can these popular earbuds be used to spy on you?
This is the new way to spy.
Tech expert Jessica Nazari says that iPhones can be used with wireless AirPods to eavesdrop on conversations. Turns out, iPhones have a feature called Live Listen, made for people who are hard of hearing. Check out this demonstration from Apple. Turning on Live Listen in a noisy restaurant amplifies the voice of the person you want to hear if you wear your AirPods.
And we continued up towards the bench legs.
But this very useful feature can also be abused.
You can leave your phone down next to the person who you actually want to hear. You put the AirPods on and walk into the next room and you can hear the conversation.
We put it to the test at Inside Edition's LA Bureau.
We'll
see you in a bit.
Okay, let's talk about the person who just left the room.
And I can still hear everything that they're saying.
What do you guys think about that tie he was wearing today?
They're talking about my tie. I'm about 50 feet away right now, and I'm still hearing everything is.
So beware. Next time someone forgets their iPhone, it could be a case of I Spy.
Old school trick to scheme a Walmart cashier out of $2,100, and she didn't even realize it.
And he'll have purchased a small item, he'll have a $100 bill, and he'll talk to the cashier and say, hey, give me $80 change and a 10 and a 5. She'll give that money back over. He'll hold the money and say, actually, can you break this down in a different way? And he'll ask for money back, maybe 4 5s and 2 10s. And the numbers start getting so mixed up that all of a sudden the cashier thinks that she's breaking change, but he's actually skimming off the top every time there's a transaction.
Albuquerque police say they are purposefully confusing the cashier to the point where she thinks they are making an even trade, and this is the most impressive con act they have seen in a long time. Police say this is one of the suspects involved in the act, and that this is one of the fastest con acts they have seen, almost like a magic trick. From a small $4 transaction, both suspects were able to walk away with $2,100 between them. It wasn't until the cashier was doing a final check of her register at the end of the night that she realized she was short all that money.
Kid driving a vehicle. He pulled into the town's only McDonald's
and talked with an 8-year-old boy still behind the wheel.
You know, what are you doing? And he said, me and my sister really wanted a cheeseburger.
The boy had stood on his tiptoes to get the keys and took his 4-year-old sister with him on the food run. Patrolman Kohler still had some questions.
So then I asked him how he learned how to drive, and he said he looked up YouTube videos on how to drive.
The child started on East Martin Street, made one right turn, and went through 4 intersections. He didn't hit a thing, even obeyed every traffic signal, stopping for red lights and waiting until they turned green. The entire route was a mile and a half. Seeing the Golden Arches sign, you could just sense the kid's excitement, but there was one more step he still had to go through. 2 cheeseburgers, please. The kid was ready for his prize and eager to take off that familiar yellow wrapper, which would uncover a cheeseburger.
And whenever he pulled up to the first window, the employees actually thought that they were being pranked.
The parents were not in the back of the van. They were at home. The vehicle was surrounded by adults in the McDonald's parking lot, and the boy was crying when patrolmen...
A train conductor spots an abandoned duffel bag. Poking through it, he gets the shock of a lifetime.
Looking through it, I was looking for a wallet or some form of identification, and I found some envelopes that contained a large amount of cash.
Large? You can say that again. $30,000, all in crisp $100 bills, neatly stacked in white envelopes.
The commuter simply forgot to take the duffel bag filled with cash when she got off the train. Amazingly, it rode the train by itself all the way to the final stop for over an hour.
And lucky for her, conductor Christopher Nocito of the Long Island Railroad did the right thing. He turned the duffel bag over to police. They found contact information for the owner and returned the money.
$30,000, that is a lot of money. Was there any part of you that thought, oh, I could take this home?
No. Customer service is the most important thing, so getting it back to them was my first instinct.
Prostitutes were getting bolder by the day.
I can do this for you, I can do that for you. Oh, sure, don't you want me? You know, you got to have some. I know you're lonely. Yeah, and she's telling me a price. I said, I don't want none. I want you off my truck.
Truckers say it's been a daily and nightly thing. Teenagers going door to door, knocking on the doors, selling themselves truck to truck. Police spent the weekend trying to break it up, and truckers say in this lot, officers can just take their pick.
Nothing surprises me anymore. I've seen everything but Bigfoot at a truck stop, you know?
Other truckers told police a 14-year-old girl has been among those working this truck stop, so officers tracked her down over the weekend. They say she denied being a part of it, but her 19-year-old sister, Jody Kinslow, went to jail. She's charged with trespassing, and police say she's been arrested for prostitution in the past. Even while our cameras were out here, we saw women that truckers identify as regular prostitutes going door to door, but the truckers we spoke with are hoping this weekend's police attention will scale it back.
It takes a certain kind of person to shoplift, but another kind to post about the haul.
I think it's just bold, and I think sometimes people think that they're just going to get away with it, they're not going to get caught, and that's just not the case.
Take a look at this TikTok, showcasing a day in the life of local social media influencer Marlena Velez. She picks out her clothes, heads to Target, and proudly shows off her haul. What this video doesn't show is how she did it.
This woman was scamming the system at the self-checkout at Target.
According to Kate PD, Velez was able to do this by scanning a false barcode with a cheaper price, stealing over $500 worth of home goods.
I think it's pretty insane. What she did was smart, but posting a TikTok about it wasn't.
Especially not when Target records everything.
They have the video cameras that show right there. It's like right next to your face, and it documents everything.
And Velez's video did too.
We were able to look that up and find on TikTok where she recorded the entire day of her getting ready in the same outfit we posted for the attempt to identify. She goes to Target, picks stuff out, takes it home.
If you're planning on having turkey this Thanksgiving, you're not going to want to anymore after you hear this. So PETA had someone go undercover in a Butterball manufacturing plant. If y'all don't know, Butterball makes the turkeys that most people use for their Thanksgiving. Anyways, this undercover agent claims that they saw the employees doing some very disturbing things to the turkeys. Now, there's a clip of this that PETA has posted, and while I can't share the clip with you guys, y'all are gonna have to look that up yourself. The things that these employees allegedly did to the turkeys before they were turned into Thanksgiving turkeys are gonna make you never want to eat a store-bought turkey ever again. Now, these allegations include things like just not treating the animals well, and they go all the way up to things against the animals that I just can't say on TikTok. It's things that if you do to food, it is like a health hazard. Now, in addition to what these employees allegedly did, the undercover PETA agent is also claiming they would brag about the things they did to the turkeys. And if all of this is true, some of the stuff that these people allegedly did to these turkeys should probably get them put on watch lists because it is not normal behavior.
It was $11,000 in cash. Diana, the housekeeping director, says Bridget found the money in a bag in the bottom drawer of a dresser. And Tony and Betty, the senior citizens it belonged to, were long gone. After living in Ypsilanti for 40 years, they were moving out of state to be closer to relatives. And it wasn't until they got to their destination that Betty realized she didn't have all that cash to pay the movers and settle into their new home.
Well, they knew they were missing the money. They didn't know where they were missing the money.
Betty's son told us she cried tears of joy and relief when she heard the hotel staff had the money and would be overnighting it to them.
Could you imagine yourself? You know, you got your money, you think you don't, I mean, you think you have your money, but then you get where you're going to your destination, you find out you don't even have it. And don't really remember where you left it.
As for Bridget, she doesn't think what she did was a big deal, and those who know her aren't a bit surprised that she did the right thing.
Oh, she's a wonderful employee. Excellent. But all the employees are. I would expect nothing less from her because she's just a wonderful employee.
And he was not attached to the hang glider. The pilot apparently forgot to hook him up. The tourist from Florida hangs onto the bar with one hand and the pilot with his other hand. The pilot does his best to steer with one arm while grasping onto his passenger with the other.
I was just trying to stay calm, just trying to hold on for dear life.
The danger was real. Imagine falling from this height.
I looked down once and I thought to myself, this is it, I'm gonna fall to my death. I'm a goner.
Both men are struggling. The tourist, Chris Gursky, goes from clinging to the pilot around his shoulders to barely hanging on to his leg.
I didn't have much grip left to me at all. My hand was opening, I was slipping, I had his pant leg, that was about it.
After 2 minutes and 14 seconds, they got close enough to Earth that Gursky let go. He hit the ground hard and broke his wrist. He also tore his bicep from holding on with such a tight grip for all that time. An eternity when you think you're going to plummet to your death. The auto parts manager is now back home near Tampa, but he will never forget that terrifying ride.
Man fired after making a split-second decision to save a driver's life.
I could find another job. Yeah. He couldn't find another life.
And now a new twist. The Clark County Fire Department is about to honor him for the same heroic act that cost him his job.
Trisha, a car was out of control, slamming into guard walls, coming off the 15, heading right for Spring Mountain. The truck driver thinks fast. He sideswipes the car, preventing it from veering onto the strip, possibly averting disaster. Now, his boss says he's wrong, but the fire department says he's a hero.
I'm always going to do what's right, especially if it's saving somebody.
And that is just what Anthony Garcia did, risking his own safety using his tow truck, you see in this picture, to block this car from barreling into traffic on the strip.
My very first crash ever.
Garcia gets the axe.
It's just really weird that they would fire me for that.
The Clark County Fire Department next week will honor Garcia with a Citizen Heroism Award for the same act that cost him his job.
We need more people like that.
Major development in the missing woman from Hawaii named Hannah, who disappeared after flying to Los Angeles. While her family was looking for her all over LA, her devastated father tragically took his own life.
A stunning twist in the case of missing tourist Hannah Kobayashi. Cops say new surveillance footage shows Hannah crossing the U.S. border into Mexico of her own accord.
We reviewed video surveillance from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which clearly shows Kobayashi crossing the United States border on foot into Mexico. She was alone with her luggage and appeared unharmed.
Incredibly, police say the surveillance video shows Hannah crossing the bridge into Mexico on November 12th. That's 3 weeks ago, but they only just discovered the surveillance footage. The 30-year-old flew into LAX on November 8th and missed her connecting flight to New York. Hannah's grief-stricken father, Ryan Kobayashi, tragically took his own life. Today, Hannah's aunt told us Hannah never mentioned any plans to travel to Mexico. My worry for Hannah has not lessened. She's created this new missing flyer that's in both Spanish and English.
If you've ever had a car parked in front of your home, taking up a spot or blocking your driveway, you know it can be frustrating. For a Langford man, it was time to take matters into his own hands.
Well, this is what happens when you park in front of somebody's house.
Adam Payton was working at a construction site across the street from where this happened. He says when the man driving the truck came home to find the blue car blocking his driveway, he decided on a do-it-yourself tow job. Borrowing a strap from the construction site, Payton says the man hooked up the car to his truck and pulled it down Honeycrisp Avenue. Payton uploaded the video to Facebook for his friends to have a laugh. It's since blown up, being watched tens of thousands of times. Under Langford bylaws, it is illegal to park blocking a driveway, but the pickup owner could be liable for any damage his amateur tow did to that car.
Tonight, a disaster warning sending shockwaves along the Pacific coast. A 7.0 earthquake striking Northern California, knocking bottles to the floor and doors off their hinges. Here, littering supermarket aisles, making waves in swimming pools.
This is a big one, guys.
And bringing fears of a tsunami.
It wasn't over, in a nanosecond. It kept going and it was building, and you hear things falling.
NOAA issuing a tsunami warning for hundreds of miles of coastline stretching from California's Bay Area to southern Oregon. The potential of devastating flooding forcing evacuation orders in California cities like Berkeley and Half Moon Bay. Residents ordered to move inland immediately.
You take cautious steps to protect your safety. So that's why I'm up here at a high point.
The tsunami warnings lifted a few hours after the quake.
Historically, this point just offshore of Northern California has had more magnitude 7s than anywhere else in the state, because we have 3 different tectonic plates that come together there.
It's the last video of a 14-year-old who died in a horrifying amusement park accident. Tyree Sampson is getting his safety bar in place. Just moments later, he fell 70 feet to his death. Now the late teen's parents have been awarded $310 million. The family's attorney, Ben Crump, says height and weight restrictions were ignored at the park in Orlando. In the video of Tyree on the ride, which was played in court, you can see how he was struggling to fit in the seat.
Why didn't they have a seatbelt? It would have only cost $22.
Tyree was a straight-A student and football standout. On the stand, his mother broke down describing what might have been.
He wouldn't even give a chance to live. He wouldn't even give a chance to do anything. They robbed me. They robbed him. They robbed us.
7 months after the accident, the amusement park tore down the ride.
You are watching a jewelry heist about to go down. Cops say the lady in the hat is trying to snatch a fortune in dazzling gems.
This woman was planning on leaving with $7 million worth of diamonds without us even knowing it.
Jeweler Bobby Yampolsky says when the woman entered his exclusive store in Boca Raton, Florida, he led her directly to the giant vault where his most exquisite gems are stored. Struck a deal for 11 rings, valued at $7 million. It was then that she made her move, asking to wrap up the jewels herself.
She brought her own materials. She actually put her own roll of tape out and a bunch of tissues and a little pouch.
Watch as she slips the package into her black briefcase. Now watch as she does the big switcheroo, handing him a package that was filled with fake gems and diamonds. The jeweler says the scam was so obvious.
She wasn't letting it go. She was holding on to that briefcase with dear life.
He knows just what to do. He shuts the glass door, then slams shut the giant steel door, locking her inside the vault. Within 10 minutes, police were on the scene.
She actually handed him a $50 bill and asked him to go pay the taxi that was waiting for her outside. I mean, it was almost comical.
A woman saw this sticker on the front window of women's clothing store Rare Trends in East Austin, reading exclusively for white people, maximum of 5 colored customers. There's also a city logo and above it, sponsored by the City of Austin Contemporary Partition and Restoration. Caroline Gray is the director of sales and marketing for the store. She came in Wednesday expecting an average day, not knowing what was on the store's front window.
Come in from the side and in through the front door, off to the left, so I don't see the front of the sign when I come in the door.
That was until the phone started ringing.
And she said, I just walked by your store and there's a sign in the window that says you only allow white people to shop. And I was like, What?
Gray walked outside and saw it for herself. Austin police came to the store to investigate. It turns out Rare Trends is not the only business hit by vandals with the sticker. It was also put on Windmill Bicycles and El Chiquito restaurant on Manor Road. The city's code enforcement officers will be looking for other stickers and the person or people posting them.
It's the heart-stopping moment an enraged driver crashes right into a car dealership.
I told you. Whoa! Whoa! Call the cops!
The men inside can't believe what just happened.
Is anybody under the car? No.
Tyler Slade is a manager at the Mazda dealership in Sandy, Utah. The manager says earlier in the day, the driver had purchased a used Subaru Outback for $4,000.
Several hours later, he came back and he was very emotional, upset about the vehicle, had been to his mechanic, said there were some things wrong with it, and he would, like to get his money back. He said, listen, if you don't give me my money back right now, I'm going to run this car right through the front door.
Slade says the driver got so worked up, he got back in the car and hit the gas. You can see the driver getting cuffed by cops. And here he is, Michael Lee Murray.
I was just really angry. I was upset about my money. I probably shouldn't have done it, but I guess I just hit a breaking point.
You're telling me we don't know what the hell these drones are in New Jersey are? Is that correct?
That's right.
It's crazy. I mean, that's crazy. That's madness that we don't know what these drones are.
Today, we heard from a member of the FBI, the DOJ, Border Patrol, and even a rep from the NFL, all of whom say that their operations in some way or another have been hampered by drones coming into the United States. And while several of these entities talked about drones that come from criminal organizations or our adversaries like Mexican drug cartels or the Chinese government, for example, it was pretty clear that the drones flying over New Jersey at this point are still unknown. Lawmakers at times were frustrated. The FBI and other agencies couldn't tell them more about what these things are or where they come from. The FBI only saying it seems as though right now they don't pose a threat. Several members asked whether we could just bring one down.
Let's go get that DOD capability and find out and put to rest the question, who is it? We can bring one down tomorrow.
But it became pretty clear that as lawmakers continued to ask more questions about these drones over New York and New Jersey, federal agencies didn't have answers for them.
A country music star learns his legal fate 8 months after being arrested.
Are you entering this plea of guilty because you are guilty, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Morgan Wallen was in a Nashville court and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of misdemeanor reckless endangerment. The prosecution says back in April, Wallen threw a chair off a rooftop bar 6 stories high onto a busy street in downtown, nearly hitting 2 police officers on duty. He was reportedly at the bar, Chiefs on Broadway, to celebrate its opening by fellow country star Eric Church. Wallen will spend a week in a DUI incarceration center and will be under 2 years of supervised probation. The judge said if he completes his sentence in full, he can apply to have the whole incident expunged from his record.
He's already served, so he may be in jail for a minimal amount of time, not necessarily all 7 days. And 2 years probation.
Advised after we made contact with that officer that there were 50 that came off the ocean. 50? 50. That was my reaction also. There were 50 that were coming off the ocean.
And this is a sworn officer?
A sworn officer, yes. We contacted state police, we contacted the FBI, we contacted the Coast Guard, at which point the Coast Guard went out with their boat and they reported seeing 13 following their boat. And then the Coast Guard also advised that they went over them about 300 feet and had a wingspan of about 8 feet.
I see one right here. Did I see the same thing that officer saw? I'm still not sure. What I can show you is this video. What I can tell you is I've never seen anything like it before. Wow. In more than a month since these reports started, the federal government doesn't know what they are either. What's your message to the White House?
My message is come to the Jersey Shore. I know it's wintertime, but come see what we see and then, maybe have a better appreciation for why our residents are concerned.
They're everywhere.
Tonight, growing calls for action over the mysterious objects being reported in the skies over New Jersey and New York.
There's another one over there.
An FBI official says they've received thousands of reports over the past few weeks, with less than 100 of those warranting further investigation. But whatever it is people are seeing, local lawmakers want answers.
Our local people who have questions about these drones should not have to shake an 8-ball to get an answer.
And Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas says there is no sign of foreign involvement.
I want to assure the American public that we are on it.
But despite these assurances, people we spoke to today want more answers. Are you skeptical when you hear that?
I mean, it's a security threat to the whole world, so I don't know how they could say that.
Meanwhile, reports of mysterious objects in the sky are being reported across the country. And some local law enforcement are taking action. Boston police arresting 2 people who they say were flying a drone dangerously close to Logan Airport.
A family watching as a mother on a roller coaster 14 stories high falls to her death.
At Six Flags Over Texas, the coasters are king. But today, in one corner of the amusement park, the Texas Giant is quiet, shut down Friday night after a woman fell to her death.
She goes up like this, and then when it drops to come down, that's when it released, and she just tumbled.
The daughter and her son-in-law yelling and screaming, "My mom's fallen off. My mom, we can't find her."
A witness tells the Dallas Morning News she saw the woman get on the ride. She claims the woman appeared concerned her safety harness was not secure. But in a statement today, Six Flags said, "We are committed to determining the cause of this tragic accident. It would be a disservice to the family to speculate." 2 years ago, the Texas Giant stranded riders 14 stories above the ground. Today, we have seen hundreds of thrill seekers coming to ride some of these coasters, but not this one. We're told it is shut down indefinitely.
She paid her state DOT speeding ticket with a check, and then she found out her check was altered.
Barbara Madison was caught by the speed radar on top of that state SUV. It was parked at a work zone on 490 downtown throughout the fall. Madison was caught going 11 miles an hour over the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit. The ticket was $50.
I just decided I couldn't fight it.
So you decided, I'm just going to pay the fine, and you wrote them a check?
Yes.
The DOT's website says to write NYS Work Zone Speed Enforcement Program on the check. Madison's records indicate she wrote NYS Work Zone Speed.
But close enough.
It's close enough to let me know that that's what the check was for.
Madison mailed the check to the state's third-party vendor in Philadelphia. It got a stamped endorsement. But when Madison looked at the check after it was cashed, this is what she saw. Her payable line was changed to a series of numbers. So from September through the beginning of November, the state DOT radar SUV was right around the bend here on 490 downtown. It ticketed 25,000 drivers in 26 days. I started investigating, and I talked to driver after driver who got a ticket. The system lets people pay online or over the phone with a surcharge. Madison took the mail option, and she says her check came back changed.
Your home did survive. How did you manage to do that? I was able to, after the last brush fires that got close to us a couple years ago, I bought these cheap sprinklers, the ones that wave back and forth, and bought hoses. I had them ready, popped them up on my roof, turned them on. I sprayed down a fire retardant on the side of my house, and I left. Got out with my family. I got trapped by the flames going down Sunset. It was difficult. It was like Afghanistan type difficult. But what happened is, because I had those sprinklers up there, the flames came down the hill, and you could see from where the sprinklers arced in the backyard that the flames came right up to that water and stopped.
Shortly, Mary Beth McDade is with us live near the Seaches at Will Rogers State Beach, the command post where we heard from officials earlier. I understand you have someone to talk to, Mary Beth.
2 teenage girls to board a flight because of their leggings. Shannon Watts tweeting this out. She says she's forcing them to change or put a dress on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing? United first responded that they can't refuse people that aren't properly clothed. And man, did the internet not like this. That started a firestorm with even those in Hollywood chiming in. Chrissy Teigen saying, I have flown United before with literally no pants on, just a top as a dress. Next time, I'll wear only jeans and a scarf. Patricia Arquette saying United leggings are business attire for 10-year-olds. Their business is being children. Well, United later responding with a statement explaining that the two teens were past riders, meaning they're friends or family of United workers who got a discount and are held to a different kind of dress code. United adding that leggings are allowed for their regular customers. Well, once that news hit, a lot of people did start coming to the defense of the airliner.
We followed a couple panhandlers to find out.
Sometimes you may not even notice they're there. Other times you may feel like helping someone out. We hit the streets to find out who they are and what they do with your dollar once they get it. The first person we met was 40-year-old Shane Wright. Right off the bat, we learned a lot from his cardboard sign.
You're a veteran?
Yes, I am. Marine Corps.
When did you serve?
93, 94, 95, 96. The Desert Storm.
On a good day, Shane says he'll be handed $30 or $40 in Springfield Township. There's not much mystery here. He makes it pretty clear where your dollar is going. He didn't hesitate when we asked him where he sleeps at night.
On the street, on cardboard, and I got a sleeping bag stashed. When it rains, I try to find a porch.
Seconds later, a truck driver flagged us down.
He's there from sun up to sundown every day. He lives right there.
Floyd Hardy told us Worthington lives in a house right around the corner.
I don't like it. A couple times I started to call the police and let them know they need to run him off.
Sure enough, we followed Worthington as he walked to a nearby Kroger, came out with a bag, then strolled right into that house. A week later, Worthington was drinking a beer when we caught up with him outside the home.
He admits he's a drunk.
That same day, we checked back in with Shane, our homeless veteran. It turned out the Marine Corps has no record of his service. When we asked him about it, he still insisted he served in the military. But this time, he told us he is also a junkie.
David Simmons' electric meter spins so fast, it'll make your head spin. Just compare it to his neighbors. And these are the same size houses built at the same time by the same builder.
I don't see how it can't be a meter issue. It just, and like I said, when you look at it, it just makes no sense to watch what it does.
This is how fast it's going with nothing on, pretty much?
With the basics on, yeah.
Lights.
Lights.
No heat, no washer dryer,
no heat,
no oven.
Anything presently.
All that spinning leads to some shocking electric bills. $900, $1,000, $1,200. These bills from just this summer. Yes, David has a pool, but he gets jolted with high bills from National Grid every month of the year.
The bill is greater than $700, $750 pretty much every single month. And
even in the winter.
Yes.
He says several electricians have been out to test his panel, look for errant wiring or any other energy hogs, but they've all come up short.
I think either somebody's messing with me or I have a bad meter.
This is kind of the new look here in California. This is the neighbor's lawn behind me, but let's scoot over to the right here. Look at this lush emerald lawn. Well, how was it done? It was done with paint. If you drove by Bill Schaefer, you might give him a strange look too. On any given afternoon, you'll find him swaying back and forth. This brown lawn, his canvas, and this shiny nozzle, his paintbrush. The Degas of drought, if you will.
That's pretty impressive.
And Bill, who's always been an idea man and entrepreneur, quickly got to work forming his new company, Brown Lawn Green. That was 2 months ago. And now these hoses aren't pumping water, but coloring, as Bill calls it. And if you have a lot of questions, don't worry, we did too.
I guess my consideration too would be, you know, for animals, toxic or not, because the little one eats grass.
Right.
I'm sure the big one does too.
Bill says the paint is non-toxic, made up of stone pigments and oil that help it bind to the grass, safe for the family dog or kids to play on.
A New York City MTA bus dangles from the side of an overpass. This is the heart-stopping aftermath following a crash. It happened during the height of rush hour in the Bronx. You can see the front of the 45-foot-long bus and a wheel hanging after slamming into the guardrail. Below are typically a lot of pedestrians, people in the area say. So it's a miracle no one was hurt from the falling rocks.
I heard a big thump, a big bump, and then another one. It must have been the collapsing of the wall.
Witnesses say the driver was struggling to make a turn, trying to avoid hitting a parked car. Another MTA driver attempted to help, and that's when the bus crashed through the guardrail. No one was on the bus at the time except for the driver.
The city demolished a man's home. He says he got no warning. Now they want him to pay for the demolition.
Insult to injury, it was mind-blowing. I was flabbergasted.
And now they're trying to foreclose on the land to pay for the $68,000 in demolition costs.
For the demolition of what's now this vacant lot, it was for Lawton Avenue. That's a different place a mile away. But instead of correcting the mistake, the city is now trying to foreclose on this property to pay for that demo bill.
I'm not going to let the city take this from me. I'm going to fight them tooth and nail.
It's just a lot now. The city demolished the Southwest Atlanta house. But Everett Tripodis was served with a lawsuit from the city of Atlanta saying they intend to foreclose and take the land.
When I saw that it came from the city, I was quite excited. Maybe it was a letter of apology. Maybe it was a check. Maybe they're going to justly compensate me. I opened it up and realized that they were suing me.
But now, even after those problems were flagged to city leaders, it's now more than $68,000 in demolition costs.
This guy came in with an incredible deal. He would clean the air ducts in the whole house for $29. He looks around the house, even the attic. But instead of checking out the air duct system, he seems more interested in the stuff stored up there. Finally, he takes out his flashlight and peeks inside. Total time, a couple of seconds. Take another look. In the blink of an eye, he's done.
Dust is already inside the system.
Okay, is it dirty right now?
Yes, it is.
We knew it wasn't dirty. All totaled, he wants to charge us $700 to clean and sanitize the system. So much for that $29 special. I'm not actually the homeowner, and I'd like to know whether or not you were doing a bait and switch here.
It's a big difference, but that's what you have, ma'am. The blower motor needs to be cleaned because it's dirty.
Well, I'd like to ask you how you know the blower needs to be cleaned.
Because I opened the system and checked it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did not open the blower.
He offered to take us to the attic and show us the dirt, but then he does an about face, and he was out of here.
After more than a decade in their home, one family received a letter saying they no longer owned it because of a building blunder. The residents didn't do anything wrong, but they're paying a huge price.
We wanted a place where our son, can have a place to lay his head, and we had no worries.
But Charmaine and Pernell Miller have had nothing but worries. In 2005, they bought this 3-story home and started their family in the city's Lawndale neighborhood. Then, in 2019, they were told their property was sold for delinquent taxes. The Millers had been paying a property tax bill, but the bills they received were for a different lot, the lot next door.
We were told that we might get evicted, that we might lose the house.
The taxes for the lot with the Millers' house on it went unpaid and defaulted. That's when that private firm bought those taxes and told the Millers they had to move. It cost the couple $43,000 plus attorney fees.
If we wanted to keep our house, then we had to pay for everybody else's mistakes.
Between the settlement and property tax overpayments, the Millers are paying $65,000 for others' mistakes.
The 500-pound rapper that is suing Lyft because she didn't get a ride from them now proves that she can get in a car just fine. So you may remember a few weeks ago when this rapper right here, Dank Damas, recorded a video of her Lyft driver refusing to take her because he said that she could not fit in his car. She then filed a lawsuit against Lyft, where Lyft even said that they apologized for the driver's unacceptable behavior. Everyone has been arguing that she could not fit in the Mercedes-Benz, but she just recorded a video of her getting into this car right here. And even though it is not the same type of car, people still pointed out that she technically didn't really fit. Because as the car is driving away, you can clearly see how much it is leaning down to the left side, leading people to say that it isn't the same vehicle that pulled up to pick her up, size and everything, and that it did not look comfortable nor safe because she could not get her seatbelt on. Also, people saying she might want to delete the part of her driving away because he can use that against her, which will backfire on her, so technically she shouldn't be trying to show that she can fit in this car. And as it turns out, she wasn't just showing that she can fit in cars, she was also doing a paid promotion for a local car dealership showing off their vehicles.
Welcome to TimeShift, the world's first cryopreservation facility designed to extend your lifespan while keeping your body fully protected from biological decay. TimeShift could preserve patients with prior to cryopreservation. You will have the option to undergo additional enhancements and repairs. This includes disease and stress resistance and longevity interventions, as well as gene therapy ensuring a healthier future upon revival. While in cryohibernate.first. Comprehensive examinations are conducted, the cryonauts are then placed into a specialized pressurized vault inspired by saturation diving systems. Over several days, their bodies adjust to the gradually increasing pressure and become saturated with a proprietary mixture of helium, oxygen, xenon, argon. The subject is reanimated rapidly but remains in a coma until the body's metabolism fully resumes. TimeShift Academy will provide educational and training programs for the cryonauts, ensuring they are prepared for the future world they will awaken to. By the time you awaken, your assets will have been strategically managed to thrive in the ever-evolving economic landscape, ensuring you emerge into a future of financial stability and opportunity.
The mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine. Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I got to remove all this stuff. This is personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal your blind, and they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way, like, for example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
I just can't believe that someone can do that and just discard a baby like it's a piece of trash.
Scared and alone, police tell me this baby boy, roughly 1 year old, was left without help, without much hope. The child was found inside this dumpster just before 6 Wednesday night.
They didn't seem real.
Emily Winkle's boyfriend was one of the first to find the baby. This man in the red ball cap heard a whimpering, almost a cry, coming from this dumpster.
Obviously, he was shocked to see what he found.
Police tell me the child was without pants, shirt, or a coat. He was wearing a soiled diaper, his hair even covered in lint. Believe it or not, despite the circumstances, the worst injuries to the baby boy were minor scrapes and bruises to his back.
It was fine, and it was just happy someone was holding it.
Asked him how he was doing, and obviously he doesn't understand, but just let him know he's okay. Ultimately, he's in good hands.
In good hands now, but there is concern, especially for Winkle, an expecting mother.
They didn't seem real. I just got back from a doctor's appointment for my baby. I'm just so happy the baby's okay.
So how did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away. Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof, and she was shocked when they said no. Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed. The company that took off her roof by mistake is 5 Stars Roofing of Markham. We want to be responsible for what we did. We will do her roof for free. If she wants us to do it, we can schedule it.
This so-called pump switching scam is becoming a growing problem, and they want to keep you from becoming the next victim.
Police here in Lower Merion Township call this pump switching a nuisance crime. They say it happens from time to time, and right now they're noticing an uptick, especially along City Ave, where some drivers have fallen victim to this scam.
So the way that it works is they'll take the pump out of your hand or offer to take it out of your hand and put it away for you, and then they'll keep the pump open and your credit card was in there when you swiped it, right? And so the next person through, if they give them $20 cash, they just charge it off until the pump stops working or your credit card fills up.
Now, police tell us the suspect in these cases will then pocket the cash they make and leave the station. According to police, most victims don't realize the crime has happened for days or even weeks after the incident, which makes it difficult for law enforcement to find and prosecute the offender. So they're warning people, unless you're in New Jersey, you should be the only person handling your gas pump. They say once you're done filling your tank, put the nozzle away, terminate the transaction on the machine, and make sure to get a receipt.
This little girl suffered horrifying burns after her toy suddenly burst open, scalding her face and chest. It happened while 7-year-old Scarlett was playing with one of the most popular squishy toys around, Neato fidget toys. Kids love to squeeze and stretch them. Social media shows people putting them in microwaves to make them more squishy. Scarlett's mom says after her daughter heated up the Neato in the microwave, she landed in the burn ward and a medically induced coma. I spoke to the child and mom, Amanda Blankenship.
What happened with the Neato toy?
Suddenly, the toy burst open, burning the 8-year-old in the face. Her mom rushes her to the sink.
It was sticky and it was hot. So I was just ripping it off of her face.
Both moms warn never put Neato in the microwave.
I don't think anybody should put toys in a microwave. I think that should be like the number one thing is let's not microwave any toy.
What were the pyramids in Egypt used for? We've always been taught that they were for tombs for pharaohs, but new research suggests otherwise. A group of researchers used SAR technology. It's a radar technology so they can see if there's anything underneath the pyramids in Egypt. And what they found is mind-blowing. They found cylindrical structures that go 648 meters deep. Cylinders also have some sort of a coil or a staircase wrapped around them, which leads to the question if they were being used for energy or going somewhere else. Nikola Tesla was obsessed with the pyramids in Egypt, because he believed that the earth has its own energy and that if you tapped into it properly, you could generate energy for free and have a limitless amount. He used this information to patent one of his inventions in 1905, and he called it the art of transmitting electrical energy through the natural medium. It was triangle shaped, and it was known as Tesla's electromagnetic pyramid.
This mom and her 2 daughters survived a horrific home invasion as the killer is executed.
I just remember telling him, like, I'll do whatever, I'll give you whatever, just please stop.
Drew Cupp was home with her 2 baby daughters. Her best friend, Amber Matthews, was with her. That's when a monster named Wendell Grissom showed up at the remote house in the Oklahoma wheat fields. Grissom was drunk on vodka when he randomly targeted Drew's home. He knocked on the door and asked if her husband was around. When she said no, he started shooting.
Blood everywhere, my kids screaming.
You still have bullet fragments in your body, right?
Yes, I have them fragmented in my uterus, stomach, and pelvis.
Drew and her daughters, now aged 19 and 20, were witnesses. Earlier this week, 56-year-old Grissom was executed by lethal injection.
A man convicted in a deadly home invasion 20 years ago died by lethal injection just after 10 o'clock this morning.
That gave me a peace of mind and some healing.
We have some new developments in that mass shooting at a New Mexico park that killed 3 teenagers. A third suspect is now in custody. Las Cruces police say a 17-year-old, along with 2 other young men, are being charged with 3 counts of murder for their alleged connection to this deadly shooting that also injured more than a dozen people. Police say the violence unfolded in an unsanctioned car show.
The victims rushed to area hospitals. Las Cruces police say 3 young men, ages 16, 18, and 19, were killed. At least 15 others hospitalized. A witness sharing this video with ABC News showing a large crowd surrounding a car before a gunshot was heard. Authorities say about 200 people gathered during an unsanctioned monthly car rally when a fight between 2 groups escalated. Police saying they found about 50 to 60 handgun caliber casings littered across the park and saying they are now pursuing leads.
Waitress, there's a hair in my food. A diner raises his hand during his meal and shows his waitress hair on his food.
It's not your typical hair in the food because it was, you could see it was just all over the top of it, and he had ate most of the food out from under this wad of hair.
Suspicious, restaurant management decided to check the surveillance video at the Steel Coop restaurant in Livingston, Tennessee. And this is what they saw. Watch the reflection in the window. The guest reaches for the back of her head.
She must have pulled out a very sizable wad of hair. He reaches across the table to get it, and when he does, he sees it's a big wad of hair, so he's under the table trying to filter some of it out. I was like caught off guard that somebody would stoop this low to get a free meal from us. What is really comical, after he plants the hair, he continues to eat out of the plate.
So, what were they eating? A rack of ribs, a house specialty. When the con was uncovered, the manager quickly ran outside to confront the couple. And what did he see?
This man just threw away his entire career because he wanted to key a Tesla. And of course, he was caught on camera doing it.
No. Okay. I don't know what happened. You didn't key that Tesla? No. Okay.
His name is Jim Pellis, a former regional sales director for Armor Code in Massachusetts. He waited until no one was around, casually walked up to the Tesla and, thinking no one would see him, dragged his key across the car's paint, leaving a deep scratch. What he didn't realize was that Tesla's built-in cameras were recording everything. Crystal clear footage. No denying it. It didn't take long for the internet to track him down. His company put out a statement distancing themselves, saying they don't condone vandalism and that this is now in the hands of the authorities. And Jim? He went into full panic mode, deleted his LinkedIn, tried to erase himself from the internet. But it's too late. This is going to haunt him for the rest of his life. Imagine being a grown adult and doing something this stupid. If you don't like Musk or Tesla, fine. But damaging someone else's car doesn't hurt Elon. It hurts a regular person who worked hard for it. And thanks to Tesla's cameras, he's now facing the consequences of his actions.
Engineers in South Korea have reinvented the wheel. At the Korea Institute of Machinery and Materials, they've come up with a wheel that doesn't stay round in order to maximize mobility. These wheels morph into new shapes to give wheelchair users the ability to drive anywhere. Researchers say it's the first of its kind. Depending on the surface it's rolling over, this rigid wheel will go soft, allowing the wheel to overcome obstacles like uneven pavement. These wheels can even climb stairs.
기존의 휠 같은 경우에는 이제 평지.
According to the project's principal researcher, traditional wheels are designed to retain a rigid circular shape for stability on flat surfaces, which limits their ability to overcome obstacles. However, our wheel maintains its round form on flat ground and softens only when navigating obstacles, which is its major distinguishing feature from conventional wheels. Scientists expect to see this new technology used for robots and personal mobility devices.
She calling police on an 8-year-old little girl. You can hide all you want. The whole world gonna see you, boo. Yeah, and illegally selling water without a permit?
Shocking. An 8-year-old black girl in San Francisco was viciously reported by a white woman while selling water. That woman is Allison Edel. She became a villain on social media this morning after she called the police on her young neighbor, 8-year-old Jordan Rogers.
This woman don't want to let a little girl sell some water. I tried to be polite, but I was stern.
Edel claims she was working upstairs in her home, and Jordan's sales pitch was loud and constant. But that's not what happened, according to Jordan's mom.
She said, if you don't show me a permit, I'm calling the cops. Okay, call them. When she pressed 911 dial, I pulled my phone out of my pocket.
Edel went on to explain that she was actually talking to the building's security guards, not the police, and she says she received thousands of hate messages.
All kinds of threats. Horrible images.
But a local media outlet obtained a recording of the police call that proved she was lying.
Hi, I'm having someone that does not have a vendor permit that's selling water across from the ballpark.
Afterwards, Adele said she wasn't proud of her actions and that she would apologize to Jordan and her mother, but both Jordan's mother and daughter said they wouldn't accept the apology.
What kind of monster calls the cop on a little girl, whether she's black?
Are we living in the real-life Jurassic Park? Because after 10,000 years of the dire wolf being extinct, a company called Colossal Biosciences have now brought 3 successfully back to life. There are 2 boys named Ramus and Remus, and they have a younger sister now named Khaleesi. The 2 brothers are about 6 months old, and they're already 4 feet long and weigh over 100 pounds, and are expected to grow over 6 feet long and over 150 pounds each. The company was able to do this because they found a 13,000-year-old fossil with dire wolf DNA and then used a surrogate dog mom to bring them to life. And this isn't the only animal that they want to de-extinct. Next, they want to bring back the woolly mammoth, the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo bird. The company says that this is going to be good for nature because we're going to be bringing back some natural predators that are needed in the wild. But other scientists are warning that they might end up making a super woolly mammoth or a super Tasmanian tiger, and that could get a little crazy.
If there wasn't a picture, you probably wouldn't believe it.
It's just horrible if someone would do that and hurt someone.
Hurt someone by hiding a razor blade in the handlebar of a shopping cart. Michelle Patterson was disinfecting her cart at this Festus Walmart when she says she felt it.
I jerked my hand away and I looked at my finger and then I looked at the handle and I couldn't believe there was a razor blade. What if it would have been a child in that seat?
The cut wasn't serious, and once police arrived, Patterson was told it may not have been intentional.
She said that it's probably just from a shoplifter and that they've been using razor blades to cut the tags off items or open the packages.
A spokesman for Walmart called the incident disturbing and says they've since checked all the carts at this location. They also say they'll continue to regularly check those carts. And security footage is also being reviewed by Walmart and Festus police.
Behind me there was a lady with a toddler and she took the cart behind me. That would have been her and her little boy. A little kid, it would have sliced their finger open.
Look at her then versus now. There should be no conversation on whether or not she was a child. Like, how are we still debating on this? On top of that, the movie The Orphan came out in 2009 and Natalia Grace was adopted by the Barnetts in 2010. And like, let me tell you, it's like they watched the movie and said that she was doing everything the girl did in the movie in real life. Natalia Grace was originally from Ukraine, and so was the girl from The Orphan, by the way. And Natalia Grace also has dwarfism. And the Barnetts claimed that Natalia Grace was posing as a child and accused her of having like violent, threatening behaviors, very similar to the ones in the movie. This is a photo of her now, actually in her 20s. This is a photo of her at 7 years old. They successfully changed her birth year from 2003 to 1989, effectively like reclassifying her as an adult. And if you don't know, they had her like living on her own in an apartment where she couldn't reach anything because she has dwarfism. Like, they essentially abandoned this 7-year-old. They met at this adoption agency. It was a closed adoption. Then it turns out the agency was known for like faking birth certificates, having false adoptions. Like, the agency was a scam and it got closed down. So when they were questioning everything about Natalia, they couldn't fact check anything.
A man accused of trying to kidnap a child at a local Walmart, Mahendra Patel, walked out of the Cobb County jail. He's accused of trying to snatch a 2-year-old boy from his mother's arms at an Ackworth Walmart in March.
He spent more than 6 weeks behind bars for a crime he insists he did not commit.
Finally, I'm out.
Police arrested Patel after the mother of 2 told authorities he tried to grab her 2-year-old son from her arms. Patel insists he's innocent and was simply trying to help Miller, who he reportedly assumed was handicapped because she was riding with the children on a motorized scooter when the incident happened.
I hope one of y'all pick me.
Jordan's story reached the entire country. This 9-year-old's desire to find a family reached the masses in just a couple of days.
I would like this to have a family. Yeah. To call mom and dad.
Jordan's journey has been difficult. He's been in foster care 6 years and has moved around countless times. Christopher says he's recruiting help from other staff to look through families' profiles and hopes this time around Jordan will finally find his place to call home.
The Annabelle doll is missing. She was on her way to Chicago to continue her world tour and somehow has been misplaced. Listen, Lorraine tried to warn you. She said this doll should never be moved because it's extremely dangerous and could unleash evil spirits. A day after she left New Orleans, also 10 prisoners escaped around the same time she was there. Now, the last set date of her going anywhere was in Texas, on the 17th, which was a couple days ago. Now, it isn't fully official that she is missing, but according to a lot of people, they don't know where she is. Arguably one of the most haunted dolls in reported history, said to have people who have looked at her long enough get into insane car accidents and almost lose their life, because they ended up seeing her in their rearview mirror. This is not a doll that I would be going to see, let alone that I would be messing with. Especially after getting the warning from Lorraine Warren and the Warrens themselves to say, man, let's never move this doll, let's keep her encapsulated in this giant blessed box and call it a day. But you know how it is. So the question is she actually missing or did somebody steal her? Because reportedly she was on her way to Chicago and now no one knows where she is. But if for some reason she was stolen, she's not just misplaced, good luck to the person that ended up taking her, because their life is about to get extremely interesting.
Breaking news. A Cybertruck owner in California just went through what might be the most expensive car wash of his life at a perfectly normal self-service station. There was no accident, no off-roading. He simply sprayed his truck with water, and within 10 seconds of the high-pressure rinse, the Cybertruck went completely dark, the touchscreen froze, the doors wouldn't open. It was as if this $100,000 steel beast had raised a white flag in front of a bucket of soap. What happened next was even more absurd. When he reached out to Tesla support for help, he didn't receive a solution. Instead, they sent him a link to the user manual. Tesla's exact words: "Please refer to page 198. You must activate car wash mode before washing." Yes, really. Before cleaning your Cybertruck, you're expected to tap through the central touchscreen and manually inform the vehicle, "I'm about to take a bath." If you need to read a manual before rinsing your truck, do you still trust it to get you through the end of the world?
Each step without a walker for assistance is another feat. Kylie never thought she'd be able to walk again.
Feels good.
The 12-year-old was diagnosed with necrotizing fasciitis, a flesh-eating bacteria disease. It happened when she was on vacation in Florida. Kylie was skateboarding and got a scrape on her toe. When she went into the ocean, flesh-eating bacteria entered through the cut. From that point on, it was a race to save her life. Her legs swelled, her temperature reached 104.5 degrees, and she couldn't walk. Her mom, Michelle, holds back tears describing her daughter's first steps unassisted.
We weren't expecting her to be able to walk for a few more months, and we haven't even started therapy yet.
Dr. James Wood commends Kylie and Michelle for acting on the infection so fast.
So Kylie's really come a long way. She's doing great.
At first, she needed a walker to get around. Michelle says it's her daughter's determination to get better that is getting Kylie back on her feet.
She's rocked this recovery thing so far.
The two are grateful with every step.
When the time came to celebrate Sophia going pee-pee in the potty,
I took her to the store and was like, okay, you can pick out anything you want. Here you go.
Sophia picked out the perfect prize all by herself.
There was one dressed like a doctor, so she immediately fell in love with it and had to have it because that's her in a nutshell.
This is Megan, the doll Sophia picked.
We have a pee-pee.
But when it came time to pay for Megan, the cashier at her local Target apparently didn't like the look of things.
She said, well, are you sure this is the doll you want, honey? Because she doesn't look like you. And we have lots of other dolls here that look more like you.
Benner's jaw dropped, but before she could answer, Sophia offered up the perfect explanation.
Her reasoning why was, she's a docker like I'm a docker. And she's a pretty girl and I'm a pretty girl. And that's all she saw. Love is love is love. And that means every color, every person.
Curled up dead, a tiny little mouse in the bottom of a Monster Energy drink.
In this case, she didn't realize there was a mouse in it until she finished the drink.
Mackenzie Kane says she bought a white monster from a bagel shop in Grand Rapids in 2024. Guzzled it gone in her car. It still felt heavy and she smelled an off odor. When she peered in, sure enough, her attorney Zach Runyon says a mouse in her monster.
You know, it eventually turns into her vomiting. She had to go to the doctor multiple times because she kept vomiting, and I mean, this was going on for days afterwards.
Mackenzie was tested for a panel of illnesses, but all clear, left with depression and anxiety, says Runyon.
You should never have a product hit the shelf that has a dead rodent in it.
That's fair, yes. That's why they filed suit against Monster Energy. The case just moved to federal court, and if they don't settle, trial. Until then, the mouse is on ice in case it's needed for evidence.
I mean, it had to have gotten in there when they were manufacturing the can and closing it up. How that happens, I don't know. Obviously, somebody made a mistake somewhere.
This morning, San Francisco residents are fed up after being kept up at night by driverless Waymo cars honking at each other through the night as they park.
I could not be more cranky today. And over the past 2 weeks, I've been woken up more times overnight than I have combined over 20 years.
Waymo says the vehicles automatically honk their horns when other cars get too close to them while reversing.
It'll be honk, 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 honk. It doesn't last very long. It only lasts like maybe 10, 15 seconds. But imagine if your alarm clock is going off for 10 or 15 seconds.
Sophia Tong has been running a 24-hour live stream, capturing the chaos.
When they all come back at once, they get into a traffic jam and they start honking at each other. It's so silly to like think about, like robots getting into traffic jams, but like here we are.
Waymo says that while the feature has been working great in the city, they didn't anticipate it would happen so often in their own parking lots.
They threw a bag with a $3,500 guitar inside, but they had no idea that the famous singer who owns it would get his revenge in the most legendary way. Because sure enough, he found that his guitar was very badly damaged. So he calls United Airlines helpline, where they tell him that he's going to have to come back the next day, but he has a show that night, so he gets a taxi as quickly as possible to a nearby repair shop where they charge him $1,200 to fix his guitar. So he called the airline the next day to ask them to pay for the repairs. But they refused, telling him that it's too late now because he should have filed the complaint the day it happened, which he tried to do. So that's when he decided it was time to get revenge. He got a few of his friends together to write a song dissing United Airlines, thinking it would just be a funny joke. But although the airline wasn't concerned about the song at first, it suddenly started to get attention. So they freaked out and told him they would pay the $1,200 if he took the song down, but he refused, saying it was too late because they should have contacted him the day he posted it. That song ended up getting 19 million views, which cost United Airlines over $10 million.
A new mom refused to tell her family which of her 2 babies was adopted because she feared they would treat the babies differently. The mom posted to Reddit where she explained that she gave birth to a baby girl about 2 months ago. At the same time, she adopted another baby girl who was born about 3 days before. The story goes that her best friend fell pregnant around the same time she did, but that this friend was not in a place financially or emotionally to have a child. This friend wanted her child to have a good life somewhere else, so this woman stepped in and said she would adopt the baby and raise the girls as twins. Everything seemed to be on track for these 2 friends and their babies. That is, until the mother's family met the babies. As soon as this woman's grandmother met the babies, she asked which one was her daughter. The woman replied, both of them. Grandma got mad, rolled her eyes, and asked which one was her real daughter. And this woman's parents backed Grandma up, saying that she should tell them which one was adopted. This woman was shocked as she viewed both babies as her daughters. She kicked her family out and told them that unless they apologized and stopped asking which baby was adopted, they wouldn't be seeing either of them.
After robbing a Burger King for $2,000, he thought he would go to jail since witnesses reported him and he quickly got arrested. But after a judge sentenced him to 13 years in prison, when it was time to go to jail, no police came to get him. He didn't try to run away because he knew he deserved it, so he just nervously waited in his house expecting police to show up at any moment. But after a few weeks had passed, they never came, so he thought they may have just cleared his record. So over the next few years, he moved on with his life, completely forgetting about the incident. He got married, launched a construction company, and volunteered to help youth avoid making the same mistakes he made. But 13 years later, he was shocked when police suddenly arrived at his house to arrest him. It turns out, because of a technical issue, police thought he was in jail for the last 13 years. But when they went to release him, they realized he wasn't there, so they sent police to immediately arrest him. He was devastated when they told him he now had to spend 13 years in prison to serve his sentence. But when the judge saw that Michael had completely turned his life around and rehabilitated himself, he set him free with no jail time.
This wallet has been missing for 46 years.
That wallet was filled. I can't believe it.
And here's the woman who lost it. Way back in 1975, Colleen Diston went to the movies here at the Majestic Theater in Ventura, California. During the movie, Colleen's wallet fell out of a hole at the bottom of her purse.
I called the theater that night and I said, I lost my wallet. I told them what it looked like, and they said, the cleaning crew will look for it. And then I called the next day and they hadn't found it.
Fast forward to today. The iconic theater is going through a renovation. And while Tom Stevens was working in the attic crawl space, he made quite the discovery. Buried amongst old ticket stubs and candy wrappers was Colleen's wallet in perfect condition.
Shuffled a couple boards over and crawled over to it, and lo and behold, there was a red wallet with a ID and a bunch of pictures.
Thanks to the power of social media, Colleen was tracked down in just a few hours. Inside that packed wallet, a time capsule of the early 1970s.
That ear-piercing scream is an unruly child on a transatlantic flight to New York. The passengers describe an 8-hour flight from hell with non-stop and nerve-jangling screaming and fussing. They even covered their ears to drown out the 3-year-old. His mom was overheard telling flight attendants he has behavioral problems. Passenger Shane Townley shot the video.
She kind of looked like she was used to it. He was climbing all over the chairs. He was just screaming, would not let up. He was running up and down the aisles. There was nothing she could do.
Before the plane even took off from Germany, the child's mother could be heard asking a flight attendant, to turn on the Wi-Fi so the child could be appeased with an iPad. She was also heard pleading, "Calm down, honey."
Everybody was just kind of looking at each other like, oh, this is going to be a long flight.
The passengers sure were relieved when the flight finally landed at Newark International Airport after 8 hours of screaming. The worst flight ever happened in August, but the video just came to light today.
Lisa Hardy has been living in this Indianapolis house for 9 years without paying a penny in rent. A decade ago, Hardy was working for a real estate company that made her an offer she couldn't refuse.
What was the offer to you?
You, your family, find a house, move in it.
The idea was that as long as she worked for the realtor, she'd have a house. So Hardy picked this 3-bedroom house, which the company owned, and moved in.
As time goes on, I'm thinking they were planning to put me on a lease.
But when her boss went to prison for mortgage fraud and the real estate company collapsed, Hardy stayed for the next 9 years. The city, unaware there was an occupant, offered to auction off the home. Hardy actually tried to buy it at a bargain basement price, but each time it was pulled off the block for no apparent reason. At the last auction of the home in question, a company from Singapore, of all places, finally bought it. But here's the best part of this story. The Singapore company has just told CBS this morning it wants to keep Hardy in the home.
These came when the roof started leaking.
Fix the roof and work out a deal for, yes, a monthly rental payment. Because this time around, the rent will be due.
And all of a sudden the truck starts jerking in the middle of the car wash, and I started honking my horn, and the car stopped moving.
Workers running in to help.
And one of them reaches over on the ground and lifts up my running board.
Employees later telling him they put in the wrong code. The wheel washers that he didn't pay for came out and ripped off his running board.
You can see that's steel. That's not aluminum, it's not plastic, that's steel.
Now his driver's side running board looks like this. The bill to fix it coming out to more than $2,500. After an hour of filling out forms, the company saying he'd hear from them in 24 hours. A week later, silence.
I sent emails to your public relations department and 2 presidents of the company.
See what we can do and where we can go from here, all right, boss?
All right, Christopher.
Be as hopeful as possible.
Thank you, buddy.
Still nothing. News 4 reaching out on our own, twice.
Nope, we've been advised we are not giving any statements to you people. Thank you.
Another healthcare CEO has been found dead, and I'm willing to bet you have heard nothing about this. Police found the CEO of HCA Healthcare's West Valley Medical Center, Nicholas Manning, dead in a hotel room when they responded to a call of a possible overdose. The investigation into the cause of death is still ongoing, but Manning's family claims that they have credible evidence that he is a victim of fraud and homicide. Police say they didn't observe any signs of trauma. Healthcare Corporation of America, HCA, is a for-profit healthcare system that operates hospitals all across the United States and the UK. The company is worth an estimated $86 billion. A CEO at West Valley Medical Center specifically earns an average of $320,000 per year. But the CEO of HCA earns $21 million per year. I'll be following this story and I'll be sure to update you as soon as more information becomes available. But for now, let me know in the comments. Is this the first you've heard about this?
A husband and his pregnant wife were rushing to a hospital emergency room but were blocked by 2 parked police cars. So the panicked dad-to-be honked his horn, and that led to one ugly confrontation. This father-to-be was taking his pregnant wife to the hospital, but says he found 2 cop cars blocking the road near the entrance.
I honked just to let them know I was there.
One patrol car moves and Kevin Enciso drives around the other one. But an officer gets out, and that's when things really go downhill fast.
Sir, give me your license.
Can I have your sergeant?
Give me your license.
I've asked for your supervisor already.
There's a lot of fear and confusion.
Enciso refuses to show his license.
I honked at you because you're blocking the way with your car, talking to the other.
Let me have
No.
And the cop is informed that Sabrina Enciso is pregnant.
Oh, I'm having a lot of pain, and if I don't have to have a seat, sir.
She's going to be seen by her doctor at emergency room to make sure the baby is okay.
Because I think I'm getting ready to miscarry.
Then a fire rescue truck that the cop called in arrives.
Breaking news. A luxury shopping trip took a surprising turn when Houston Astros superstar Jose Altuve was reportedly turned away at the Louis Vuitton store in Houston. The incident, captured and widely circulated on social media, has ignited a firestorm of backlash against the brand. Jose Altuve is a celebrated Houston figure, an MLB MVP and hometown hero whose exploits both on and off the field resonate deeply with fans. The reported incident has only intensified shock and disappointment among his long-standing supporters. According to multiple viral videos, Altuve was denied entry or service by staff at the upscale boutique, allegedly due to his casual attire. The clips show store employees interacting with Altuve before he reportedly leaves, with witnesses expressing disbelief that a hometown hero was treated this way. Fans were quick to rally behind the Astros second baseman, calling out the store for what many believe was profiling based on appearance. They didn't recognize Jose Altuve in Houston, one user commented, while others flooded the brand's social media pages with criticism and demands for an apology. Altuve. Breaking news, the U.S. is currently recalling a type of ramen due to a deadly infection that can spread and cause death. If you have this product at home, throw it away immediately. According to the FDA, 5 children from 5 different families experienced terrifying symptoms after eating ramen. They described feeling as if something was eating them from the inside out. All 5 were rushed to the emergency room and tragically passed away within hours. Experts have identified a shocking bacteria that thrives specifically in ramen due to how it can be handled post-manufacturing. There is currently no way to stop its spread. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, has issued an eerie warning. 1/3 of infected adults may not survive, and the fatality rate is even higher for children and the elderly. Families reported that by the time symptoms such as diarrhea and vomiting appeared, it was already too late. The recall is underway. 5 children have died after consuming ramen. Discard your ramen immediately. This recall is real. The specific brand of ramen has not yet been 100% confirmed, but theories are already circulating online. If possible, avoid eating ramen altogether and send your condolences to the families affected. Drop you comments.
French farmers sprayed a group of people who illegally settled in their fields with manure. Approximately 500 people in motorhomes had unlawfully occupied the fields of these farmers. The farmers used heavy machinery to spread large amounts of a mixture called slurry, a combination of animal excrement and water. Before taking action, the farmers had approached the authorities to evict the group, but the police never responded. As a result, the farmers decided to act on their own. Such incidents are becoming more frequent in France, and this is not the first time farmers have used this method. French farmers have previously sprayed slurry on government buildings. This mixture, originally a farming tool, has now been adapted as a defense mechanism.
She's just paralyzed. You can't sentence me to life in prison.
This guy was only talking so cocky because he's 16. And the U.S. Supreme Court bans life sentences for minors convicted of non-homicide crimes. His name is Kendrick Morris. Back in 2008, he attacked a high school student named Queena, dragging her behind a building, forcing his DNA onto her, and then brutally beating her. That took away her ability to see, walk, speak, or eat. Now she can only communicate through facial expressions and sounds, shouting, crying, but never fully speaking again. In court, Kendrick showed zero remorse, even smiling when he saw the victim's family in tears. But Judge Chet Tharp, after seeing that smug grin,
I declare the previous 65-year prison sentence invalid, say. You are now sentenced to life in prison without parole. Yeah!
That's when Kendrick's smile disappeared.
Your Honor, you can't do this. You are violating the U.S. Supreme Court's ban, and you will be removed from office.
If I can't deliver justice for the victim as a judge, then I'd rather not be a judge at all.
Breaking news, America, we have a major problem. A massive candy recall just dropped, and it's targeting stuff from Walmart, Target, and Dollar General. We're talking about Palmer Candy Company, one of the biggest names in snack mixes and coated sweets, now pulling dozens of products off shelves due to salmonella contamination. Before I go further, if you have any snack or candy with that white yogurt-like coating, do not eat it. Return it, refund it, toss it, Because here's the deal. This recall includes everything from coated pretzels to trail mixes to fudge cookies. If it came from Palmer and it's covered in white stuff, it's on the list. And it's not just a small batch. This stuff was sold nationwide in over 17 states, California, Texas, Florida, Virginia, Pennsylvania, and many more, coast to coast. Even worse, the FDA classified it as a Class 1 recall, meaning there's a real risk of serious illness or death. So if you shop at Walmart, Target, Dollar General, even some grocery chains like Hy-Vee, you may have this in your house right now. No illnesses have been reported yet, but salmonella is no joke. Fever, cramps, diarrhea, and it hits the elderly and kids the hardest. Please check your pantry. If you see Palmer candy and anything white coated, return it immediately for a full refund. Drop you comments.
This is so sad. Hundreds of bunnies are popping up in Fort Collins, Colorado with black tentacles or black horns coming out of their heads. And it's all because of a virus. It's known as the cottontail papillomavirus, also known as the shop papillomavirus, and it causes tumors to develop near or on the rabbits' heads. Officials in Colorado are warning residents not to touch these infected rabbits, but they do say that it is not contagious to humans, pets, or other wildlife species. The CPRV is a virus transmitted primarily by biting insect, in other words, mosquitoes and ticks, rather than direct animal contact. According to experts, this virus is not new and it was first discovered in the 1930s, but what's different this time around is the dramatic visual presentation and the frequency of sightings. As always, I want to hear what you think about all of this down below.
The FDA is recalling cucumbers because of a salmonella outbreak that sickened more than 20 people in 15 states, including Pennsylvania. The cucumbers were grown by Bedner growers and distributed by Fresh Start Produce Sales in Florida. They were sold individually and in packages with various labels or no labels at all. They've been shipping to restaurants and stores since April 29th. The FDA says it is still trying to pinpoint which restaurants and stores are selling them.
The FDA is announcing a cucumber recall due to a multi-state salmonella outbreak. More than 20 people have gotten sick so far. The recall involves cucumbers grown by Bedner growers and distributed by Fresh Start Produce Sales to restaurants, wholesalers, retailers, and distribution centers since April 29th. The FDA is working to determine where the potentially contaminated vegetables were sold. The agency said that as of Friday, at least 26 people have been sickened by the outbreak in 15 states, 9 of whom were hospitalized. The FDA says anyone with potentially contaminated cucumbers should throw them away and notify customers.
Bryan Kohberger may be in solitary confinement, but that doesn't stop the other inmates from tormenting him nearly 24/7. According to a source, inmates in other cells are making it their mission to break him mentally, and they're doing it with the ventilation system. The source says it's driving him crazy. The inmates are tormenting him at night and almost all hours of the day, taunting him through the vents in his cell. Inmates are allegedly yelling his name in the middle of the night, mimicking screams, making stabbing or slicing sounds, banging on the metal walls, and mocking all the ways he messed up. Allegedly even making threats. And it's constant too. Former detective Chris McDonough says the harassment is, quote, relentless, and that other inmates have learned his triggers, the things that will unsettle him the most, and they repeat them like clockwork. And remember, this is the same Kohberger who, while he was in county jail, was described as obsessively clean, taking showers for an hour at a time, washing his hands until they were raw, and keeping an almost military level routine. Those behaviors are likely tied to obsessive tendencies, and now in prison, every disruption, every loud bang, every sudden shout, it throws that routine into chaos.
She purchased this 2004 JFRD fire truck from the city at an auction, but when it was delivered to her, the VIN numbers didn't match the title she was given.
And if you look on the auction page here,
all the paperwork and even the title to the 2004 fire truck, number 8746.
But this is the O2 truck, and on the back of it is 8649.
Maddie Herndon won the government auction on govdeals.com last September, approximately 10 days after Herndon paid a transporter to drive the truck from Jackson Jacksonville to Tampa. She realized the VIN number didn't match. When she contacted the city, she says they told her the truck was no longer available.
She basically just told me that we're really, really sorry. We really messed up.
We found Mrs. Herndon's 2004 ladder truck, the one she has the title to, here in the parking lot of Jacksonville's Fleet Services. We noticed what appears to be a large leak coming from the rear of truck 8746, and all the compartments on the truck were left open, revealing parts of the truck may have been removed. Herndon says the city offered her a little more than $1,500 for their major mistake.
A man from Fort Collins who identifies as a wolf furry has been mauled in Wyoming after attempting to join an actual pack of wolves. A self-described wolf furry from Fort Collins is recovering in a Wyoming hospital after attempting to integrate himself into an actual pack of wild wolves. 28-year-old Lupus Moonhowl, legally known as Brian Sanders, was spotted crawling on all fours in full faux fur attire, complete with a tail, plastic fangs, and a Bluetooth speaker playing recorded howls. Witnesses say he approached the wolves while tossing raw hamburger meat in their direction as a gesture of friendship. The wolves, of course, reportedly responded by chasing him nearly 300 yards before testing his durability with a series of bites and swipes. A game warden on the scene described the encounter as, quote, the fastest I've ever seen someone regret a lifestyle choice.
Breaking news early this morning, August 17th at 10 a.m. An 8.7 magnitude earthquake struck Los Angeles. The ground shook with unprecedented intensity across Southern California. Skyscrapers shook, glass shattered, and in the blink of an eye, the bustling streets of downtown Los Angeles were plunged into chaos. Witnesses described a scene of utter terror. Thousands of people poured into the streets, panicked as entire buildings cracked and collapsed. Freeways were bent, power lines were down, and the city's iconic skyline was covered in dust and debris. For the entertainment capital of the world, this was happening in real time. Ambulances and fire trucks lined the avenues as rescue teams tried to pull survivors from the rubble. Sirens blared throughout the city. Officials are calling it one of the deadliest natural disasters in U.S. history. Hospitals are overwhelmed, communications are down, and residents are being urged to stay calm as powerful aftershocks continue to rock the region. The question now is not just how many lives have been lost, but how the city will rebuild after such a devastating event.
We have some news right now. The FDA is warning the public not to eat possibly radioactive shrimp sold at Walmart. Yes, I am serious. According to ABC News, the Food and Drug Administration is warning the public to not eat, sell, or serve certain great value raw frozen shrimp sold at Walmart due to possible contamination with cesium-137, a radioactive isotope. Apparently, USCBP informed the FDA about this possible radioactive isotope detected in shipping containers at 4 U.S. ports. Now, no shrimp has officially been tested positive for the isotope just yet, but here are the shrimp products that should not be eaten. Any Great Value brand frozen shrimp, lot code 8005540-1, 5538-1, and 5539-1. And all products from the company are now banned coming into the United States until they figure this stuff out. Radioactive shrimp, that's a new one. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
Dine and Crab. These food bloggers are about to try some delicious food. Suddenly, a car comes crashing through the restaurant. Glass is shattered. The impact knocks them over.
I'm going to try the fries.
Influencers Nina Unrated and Patrick Blackwood eat amazing meals all around town.
You guys have a job that nobody would consider dangerous, I think.
We were just enjoying our food.
But they never expected this.
That could have been my last meal.
Patrick and Nina were rushed to the hospital with cuts all over.
That car came straight at us. It's a miracle that we are not hurt in a way where we're missing limbs.
So this is where it came in at, right here.
It happened at Kuvi's Culinary Creations in Houston.
If you take a look at the video, they were still chewing while they were moving.
So scary. The restaurant temporarily closed to clean up the mess, but was back open later that day.
Watching airline workers spill your medication out into the trash.
This passenger is about to leave a small carry-on bag behind as he boards his flight in New Orleans. You can see it right there on the counter. In the video, you can see another passenger pointing out the bag. A gate agent starts going through it. And look, passengers are still boarding. Wouldn't the agents figure it was someone who had just boarded? Instead of trying to find the passenger, an agent takes the bag to another gate. Then she starts rifling through it. What happens next will shock you. She walks to the trash can and starts dramatically tossing in the contents. She appears to read a medication bottle. Then you see her pouring the pills out.
When she started pouring out my medications, that's the part that really got to me.
Another gate agent starts recording her and seems to be having such a good time, she doubles over in laughter. The rest of the bag is dumped. The agent appears to fish keys out of the trash, but then chucks them back in.
Look at the state of humanity. What are we doing to one another?
Brooks said Spirit Airlines told him they're investigating and that the gate agents have been suspended.
Found the child's head. I can't think of anything more horrific.
7-month-old Emmanuel Haro now presumed dead. The boy's parents, Jake and Rebecca Haro, now under arrest, accused of murder. Sheriff's deputies sealing off the entire property as investigators search for clues as to what really happened to the baby. This all starting when the boy's parents reporting him kidnapped at a Big 5 parking lot more than a week ago in Yucaipa. The day after their report, the mother making this tearful plea for her boy to be returned.
Just give him back to me again, please. Don't harm my son.
Within a day of their interview with Eyewitness News, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department saying the parents had stopped cooperating with their investigation. Then came news of the father's criminal history, convicted of willful cruelty to a child 2 years ago. Today, members of the community coming to the scene this morning, still in shock about everything that's happened.
City has a warning. The wool is being pulled over your eyes more than you think. We ordered lamb at 39 restaurants in Los Angeles and New York City. The samples were packed up and sent to a lab for DNA testing.
23% of the so-called lamb we ordered wasn't lamb at all. So what was it? It was goat, chicken, and beef, all much cheaper than lamb.
No lamb was in your lamb platter. Can you explain why?
Maybe you guys got a combo platter? Maybe it was a mistake?
You're not trying to pull a lamb scam.
No, we're not. We could have just messed up on your order.
Okay.
And at this trendy spot in Manhattan, 100% lamb meatballs were on the menu. Tests showed beef was mixed in.
And we had them tested, and it ends up that it's lamb and beef, not just lamb.
There is no beef in it.
There was. We sent them to a lab.
You did? Well, I didn't know about that.
Is if you see lamb that looks like this, it's not always what you think.
The less recognizable it is to your eye, the more likely you are to be cheated.
Kinda makes you want to scream.
It's a stunning sight. Thousands of packages stolen right off of trains. If your UPS or Amazon package hasn't arrived, it might be somewhere here in this mess, discarded on a Union Pacific Railroad track near downtown LA. As freight trains slow down or come to a halt, the thieves leap on board with bolt cutters, open giant containers, and take whatever they want. This is what they leave behind, all these boxes, some empty, some not. Look, this box was full of COVID home testing kits, a precious product tough to buy at many pharmacies. This bag held a bunch of UPS packages bound for homes across America. This Amazon envelope wasn't even opened. The thieves just tossed it away. Some of these boxes contained retail goods bound for America's empty store shelves. While criminals are being caught and arrested, charges are reduced to a misdemeanor or petty offense, and the person is back on the streets in less than 24 hours after paying a nominal fine. In fact, criminals boast to our officers.
This is sad news. There's been a murder-suicide out of Madbury, New Hampshire. Police say 34-year-old Emily Long shot and killed her husband Ryan, their 8-year-old son Parker, and their 6-year-old daughter Ryan before turning the gun on herself. It happened Monday morning inside their home. Their youngest child, just 3 years old, was found alive with no injuries. Ryan Long was 48, a school psychologist, and had been battling brain cancer. Emily had been posting on TikTok about her depression, financial struggles, and the heavy load of raising 3 kids while caring for her sick husband. Her last video, just days before, talked about trying to change her mindset and fight through the darkness.
Our kids are definitely struggling. I'm starting to notice I have been struggling so much.
Then tragedy struck. Autopsies show Ryan was shot multiple times. The children were each shot in the head. Emily died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. This is heartbreaking. This tragedy also shows bigger systemic issues. Families are drowning under medical bills, groceries, and childcare, while insurance companies make record profits. People are being pushed to their limits. But it should never end with children losing their lives. Rest in peace to Ryan, Parker, and little Ryan.
A luxury Porsche has been left completely destroyed after a suspected petrol bomb attack outside a Premier store in Balmulloch, Glasgow. The fire broke out around 11:15 p.m. on Wednesday night in the shop's private staff car park. Fire crews quickly arrived and managed to extinguish the blaze, but the car was already reduced to a burned-out shell. This morning, shocked locals described the scene, saying they could still smell smoke and burning metal. One resident admitted, "I've never seen a car that badly damaged." Neighbours also pointed out a small pet cage near the vehicle, raising concerns for a dog owned by the store's staff, but thankfully no pets or people were hurt. Police have now cordoned off the area, are checking CCTV footage, and are speaking to locals in a bid to uncover how the fire started. Community members say the attack is horrifying, especially happening so close to home and right beside a busy shop where children stop before school. Police Scotland confirmed an investigation is underway into the full circumstances of the incident.
Banned from Amazon. It's happening to more and more people, and you could be next. These two people from different parts of the country were both blacklisted by the e-commerce giant.
I was really shocked and upset.
They just sent an email and it said, "We've closed your account."
So why the ban? Amazon said that these customers had consistently returned a large number of orders, but Jamie from Georgia disagrees.
We had returned about 4 or 5 items within about 6 months.
The last item Jamie returned was this $43.99 retractable laptop desk because she said it was missing parts. Nathan told us he returned 43 items over the course of 5 years. The final purchase was this small part for his faucet, which cost $10.99.
I kept ordering a part and trying it and it didn't fit. So I just sent it back, ordered another one, didn't fit, sent it back, ordered another one. And I must have done that maybe 4 or 5 times.
So how many returns is too many? Amazon won't give an exact number. Banned from Amazon. It's happening to more and more people, and you could be next. These two people from different parts of the country were both blacklisted by the e-commerce giant.
I was really shocked and upset.
They just sent an email and it said, "We've closed your account."
So why the ban? Amazon said that these customers had consistently returned a large number of orders, but Jamie from Georgia disagrees.
We had returned about 4 or 5 items within about 6 months.
The last item Jamie returned was this $43.99 retractable laptop desk because she said it was missing parts. Nathan told us he returned 43 items over the course of 5 years. The final purchase was this small part for his faucet, which cost $10.99.
I kept ordering a part and trying it and it didn't fit. So I just sent it back, ordered another one, didn't fit, sent it back, ordered another one. And I must have done that maybe 4 or 5 times.
So how many returns is too many? Amazon won't give an exact number.
Police say 2 airport security officers from the Transportation Security Administration were caught on camera stealing from passengers. Florida's Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office has released surveillance footage showing 2 TSA employees allegedly stealing from people going through airport security screenings. According to the police report, the 2 would distract passengers as they were screened to steal monies from their belongings. Authorities say in this clip, one of the officers unzips a purse and notices cash in it. There are many trays of passenger belongings, but the officer keeps his hand on that particular tray as it's guided on the conveyor belt. He follows the tray the bag is in to the screening machine, then walks away, appearing, according to authorities, to put something in his pocket. In one incident, police say the pair stole $600. The 2 were arrested in July. One of the suspects was accepted into a deferred prosecution program that requires him to pay restitution to the alleged victims. The other suspect reportedly heads to trial next month. Police say 2 airport security officers from the Transportation Security Administration were caught on camera stealing from passengers. Florida's Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office has released surveillance footage showing 2 TSA employees allegedly stealing from people going through airport security screenings. According to the police report, the 2 would distract passengers as they were screened to steal monies from their belongings. Authorities say in this clip, one of the officers unzips a purse and notices cash in it. There are many trays of passenger belongings, but the officer keeps his hand on that particular tray as it's guided on the conveyor belt. He follows the tray the bag is in to the screening machine, then walks away, appearing, according to authorities, to put something in his pocket. In one incident, police say the pair stole $600. The 2 were arrested in July. One of the suspects was accepted into a deferred prosecution program that requires him to pay restitution to the alleged victims. The other suspect reportedly heads to trial next month.
A tragedy has struck the community of Winsford, Cheshire. 12-year-old Logan Carter has died after falling from a piece of play equipment at Wharton Recreation Ground on Friday evening. Paramedics quickly arrived at the scene, but despite their efforts, Logan was pronounced dead at the park. Police immediately launched an investigation, confirming that the area near Ledwood Street is now the focus of their inquiries. Logan's father, Rob Carter, shared an emotional tribute, urging parents never to take a single moment for granted. Hold your children tight and tell them every day how much you love them, because you never know when it could be the last time. The tragedy has sparked an outpouring of support. A GoFundMe campaign has surpassed £8,000 of its £13,000 target, with over 500 donations from friends, neighbours and strangers. The funds will help give Logan the farewell he truly deserves. Logan Carter's death has left his family shattered and the community in mourning a young, promising life taken far too soon. A tragedy has struck the community of Winsford, Cheshire. 12-year-old Logan Carter has died after falling from a piece of play equipment at Wharton Recreation Ground on Friday evening. Paramedics quickly arrived at the scene, but despite their efforts, Logan was pronounced dead at the park. Police immediately launched an investigation, confirming that the area near Ledwood Street is now the focus of their inquiries. Logan's father, Rob Carter, shared an emotional tribute, urging parents never to take a single moment for granted. Hold your children tight and tell them every day how much you love them, because you never know when it could be the last time. The tragedy has sparked an outpouring of support. A GoFundMe campaign has surpassed £8,000 of its £13,000 target, with over 500 donations from friends, neighbours and strangers. The funds will help give Logan the farewell he truly deserves. Logan Carter's death has left his family shattered and the community in mourning a young, promising life taken far too soon.
A 25-year-old woman was attacked by her ex-boyfriend on a street in the Eastern District of Sao Paulo, despite having previously applied for a restraining order due to domestic violence. On Wednesday afternoon, 33-year-old Arthur Barbosa suddenly assaulted his 25-year-old ex-girlfriend. The girl let out desperate screams and cries for help, her body trembling violently from fear and pain. After getting out of a nearby silver car, Arthur kicked the victim to the ground and then repeatedly beat her. Even though the victim tried to seek protection by hiding in her friend's car, she was forcibly dragged out and could only curl up on the ground, using her hands to protect her head. After stopping the assault, Arthur immediately fled the scene. When police arrested Arthur, they discovered he was suspected of being involved in at least 10 other assault cases. The victim had previously reported to police, stating that she had been domestically abused and was living in constant fear, but no punitive measures were taken because the man refused to cooperate. Currently, Arthur Barbosa is being held by the Women's Protection Department, awaiting trial. What punishment do you think such a demon-like man should receive?
This one has a lot of people up in arms. 2 girls were trying to board a United flight in Denver when the gate agent stopped them, deeming their spandex leggings were inappropriate. The outrage began at Denver Airport Sunday when 2 girls were denied entry onto a United flight by the gate agent. The reason? They were wearing spandex leggings. Passenger Shannon Watts tweeting, "She's forcing them to change or put dresses on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing?" United immediately responded, "We do have the right to refuse transport for passengers passengers who are barefoot or not properly clothed. The reaction on social media, fast and furious. Since when are leggings inappropriate? Is United Airlines fashion police or misogynists? United later clarified the girls were traveling on the airline's PASS program, which provides free flights for relatives and friends of United employees. The airline told us it has stricter dress code requirements for these non-revenue passengers.
United's policy does seem a bit more sexist than other airlines because they restrict leggings, they restrict mostly articles of clothing that women would wear, while men are mostly free to go as long as they don't wear flip-flops.
This group of medical staff decided that it was funny to post on social media patient's VD that was left in a medical chair. In Sansom Clinic, located in Santa Barbara, California, this group of people decided to say, "Are your patients allowed to leave you guys gifts?" Then they decide to post a series of pictures where they posed, gave their best smiles next to this chair where you see a wet spot, which could maybe not even be VD. Maybe they did it purposely just to wet the spot. But regardless, this is very insensitive for people who go to the doctor thinking that they're, being checked. And then to see that that same clinic where they go, their staff is posting this on social media. I don't understand how they thought this was going to be viral in a good way, or they were just going to break the internet. I don't know. I just hope that the patients that go to that clinic really do a report, because this is not okay. It's definitely not okay. We always hope that they are professional people, but obviously you have a group of people. It's not even one. This is a group of people.
We were notified that Maryland State Police located a body.
Breaking news. The body of 19-year-old Maryland woman Dakara Thompson, who has been missing for nearly 10 days, is suspected to have been found. The authorities discovered a female body in Anne Arundel County, about a 30 to 45-minute drive from the location where Dakara abandoned her vehicle on August 22nd. The body's physical features are similar to those of the missing 19-year-old Dakara, but the authorities emphasize that the identity of the deceased has not been confirmed yet. Dakara's last appearance was around 10 p.m. on August 22nd when she left her father's home in Lanham. She told her father to go nearby and refuel, and she would be back soon, but she never came back. The police traced her car and found it abandoned in front of a fire hydrant near Jasmine Terrace and Riggs Road, and this direction is opposite to the gas station. A surveillance video shows Dakara left her car parked in front of the fire hydrant around 1:30 a.m. on Saturday and walked along the sidewalk towards Riggs Road about 3 hours after she left home. The Prince George County Police Department discovered a female body located next to Highway 50 in Anne Arundel County. Suggests that this case may be related to the missing Dakara. At present, the police have not explicitly stated that the body is Dakara. Investigators are still waiting for specific inspection reports. Anyone who knows anything about her is requested to contact the local police immediately.
Police in Birmingham have opened a murder investigation after a man was found stabbed to death at a house on Alum Rock Road early this morning. Officers and paramedics rushed to the scene just after 7 a.m. following reports of a stabbing. Despite their efforts, the victim, described by neighbors as a local builder and a devoted worshipper, could not be saved and was pronounced dead at the scene. The area remains heavily cordoned off. Forensic teams are working at both Alum Rock Road and nearby Jackson Road, while uniformed officers guard entrances to houses and alleyways. A marked police car is also stationed outside the property. Locals have spoken of their shock and grief. Mohammed Ahmadzai, 42, told reporters he had prayed alongside the victim at the same mosque. He described him as a very religious man, always respectful. It is heartbreaking. Everyone in the community is devastated. Police have confirmed that no arrests have yet been made and inquiries are ongoing. This latest incident adds to growing concerns about violent crime in Birmingham, with residents demanding answers and reassurance.
This is a tragedy that should not happen.
A horrifying tragedy unfolded when 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska, who had fled war-torn Ukraine seeking safety, was fatally stabbed aboard the Lynx Blue Line light rail in Charlotte, North Carolina. The attack happened on August 22nd, just before 10 p.m., as she sat using her phone. The suspect, DeCarlos Brown Jr., 34, a homeless man with a long criminal record, was arrested shortly after and charged with first-degree murder. Authorities noted past disturbing behavior, including a mental health incident in which he claimed a man-made material was inside his body controlling his actions. Surveillance footage released by Charlotte Transit officials captured the chilling moment Brown pulled a knife and struck. The murder has raised serious concerns about safety on Charlotte's transit system and the support available for refugees and the homeless. Irina's family has launched a GoFundMe campaign to help her relatives during this heartbreaking time. The investigation continues, with authorities urging anyone with information to come forward.
couldn't believe it.
I am absolutely sick. I bought this for my 2-year-old little girl.
This mom turned mama bear real quick.
I wanted to call and text everybody. I wanted answers.
But when she got answers, she nearly threw up. Her toddler's toy held a sick secret. This Monster Jam souvenir contains a symbol, a disgusting calling card for creeps. This is a code for pedophiles.
This is pink. This is geared towards little girls, especially at a predominantly male event.
The more we found out, the worse it got. This toy wasn't made far, far away. It was designed in our own Tampa Bay backyard. And here's how the deviant undercover language works. When a pedophile sees children with the heart symbol, it's code, meaning this child is ready to be traded for sex. Talk about turning your stomach.
It's the most vile thing you can ever imagine.
He tells us the heart targets girls, the triangles, little boys. This toy, basically a big neon sign that a pedophile would give a child, so another sicko would notice them.
Family booked an incredible 72-day cruise and purchased travel insurance just in case the unexpected happened.
Unfortunately, it did, and the family wound up with a $45,000 bill their insurance company is not paying for.
Pat Winshee and her family travel a lot, and one trip was just too good to pass up. It was a cruise from Los Angeles to Japan and then a second cruise from Singapore back to the USA. And when they booked, the travel agent asked if they wanted travel insurance.
So I went ahead and paid for it on both trips, just as a precaution.
Good thing they did, because once they arrived in Japan, Pat fell ill and had to be hospitalized, and her doctors did not have good news. Pat and her family canceled the rest of their journey, including that second cruise. Pat ended up spending 57 days in the hospital. Pat eventually recovered, and as soon as she got home, she submitted her hospital claim to Aon Travel Insurance. We contacted Aon Insurance, which agreed to take a closer look at Pat's claim. They determined that Pat's policy only covered her cruise, but since her medical bills were not related to the cruise, they are not covered.
The suspected Charlie Kirk gunman has escaped police capture as new details emerge regarding Kirk's current condition at the hospital. Kirk was rushed to a local hospital after he suffered a direct wound to the neck during a major event at Utah University attended by hundreds of students. Eyewitnesses at the event say that the shot seemed to come from a short distance of less than 200 yards away. Police immediately placed the campus under lockdown, and as they closed in on what they believed to be the suspected perpetrator, prominent figures from all across the political spectrum, most notably including Donald Trump, Gavin Newsom, and Elon Musk, condemned the violence and sent their best wishes to Kirk's 2 young children and wife. Bystander video shows that police did ultimately detain someone, but that person was later confirmed to not be the perpetrator as police continue to search campus. However, reports from the White House and multiple news outlets have tragically confirmed that Kirk has passed at the age of 31.
This will make you question reality entirely. Recently, skywatchers from around the world have been uploading videos. When they looked up, they saw neither clouds nor airplanes, but actual trains suspended high in the sky. Some say it's merely light refraction, while others claim it's a secret government transportation experiment. But regardless of the explanation, everything in the footage is crystal clear. It resembles a high-speed train operating in another dimension, or a projection of humanity's future transportation. This might be a manifestation of humanity's collective subconscious, or perhaps a fleeting tear in the fabric of space, granting us a glimpse into a future world yet to arrive. Even more astonishing is that these sky trains do not appear by chance. They sometimes materialize simultaneously across different countries, as if reminding us in a wholly new way.
Thousands of people have gone online celebrating the passing of Charlie Kirk, and many of them are now losing their jobs. Many of the people you've seen cheering on the passing of Charlie Kirk started with this man who just moments after Charlie Kirk was struck right in front of him was cheering on video that Charlie Kirk was hit. Then you have this woman who was a nurse going on TikTok celebrating the passing of Charlie Kirk, and now people have found out where she works and are talking to her employers. This man who wrote this entire statement here is actually in the military, and people have already alerted Pete Hegseth, who is essentially this man's boss, and will probably be trying to do something about it. You have another woman who is a 2nd and 3rd grade teacher's aide who was posting about that she wished she would have heard of another obituary talking about Donald Trump, but instead she would settle for Charlie Kirk. And this man probably Arguably the most prominent person to be fired after their comments on Charlie Kirk was Matthew Dowd, who was actually working at MSNBC and went on air saying some absolutely terrible things. But more and more of these videos are coming out, and more of these people are going to be losing their jobs.
The man that was arrested yesterday at Demon Slayer Infinity Castle for splashing a child with his own fluids, and then was beat up by parents and arrested. He has been identified. This is exactly what happened. He stood up and relieved himself. Now, a lot of people have been debating what that means in my comments. He relieved himself. I don't know how to make that more clear, but he turned and hit a child. Remember, this is a packed theater in Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. Lots of kids there. So for him to even think, I'm going to stand up and relieve myself onto a child is absolutely insane. I don't know where our world is going at this point. But of course, every person in there was outraged, and they got him. And they got him good over and over and over again, and then dragged him out to the police, where he was arrested. I'm glad he was arrested, but there were people defending him in the comments section because children shouldn't be at Demon Slayer Infinity Castle. A man relieved himself onto a child. I don't care where it is. It was at Demon Slayer Infinity Castle, but like that's a justifying point? No. But what do you guys think about this?
And serve a term of life without parole.
Collapse of Irina's offender inside the courtroom surprised everyone. At the start of the session, the judge looked directly at him and said, "You are standing before the court today, and all the evidence is against you. Do you have anything to say?" He tried to stay calm, but his voice trembled. "It was a moment where I lost control. I never thought it would end this way," the judge replied firmly. "You call it a moment? That moment destroyed the future of an innocent person and left her family in endless sorrow. What do you say to them now?" At that point, the offender broke down in tears. While the courtroom fell into heavy silence, the family of Irina watched with tears in their eyes. The judge concluded with strong words. "Regret is not enough. Justice will take its course, and the decision will be announced after deliberation." This collapse raised one big question. Was his crying real, or just an attempt to influence the outcome?
The body found in David's car has been identified as a 15-year-old missing girl, and they ironically have matching tattoos. Also, just an FYI, David is a singer. He sang this very popular TikTok song. The body has been identified as Celeste Hernandez, and she had gone missing April of 2024. TMZ had contacted Celeste's mother, and she said that she felt like that body might be her daughter's. And she said that the description of the police, which included a tattoo of her finger with the letters shh, matched her daughter's. Ironically enough, David has the same tattoo that Celeste had. However, guys, it is a pretty common tattoo. Rihanna popularized the shh tattoo when she put on her right index finger back in 2008. Lindsay Lohan, Lily Allen, and others have the exact same tattoo. As for David, when looking at photos back in April of 2024 through the beginning of August 2024, he did not have that tattoo. And the first photo where you see that tattoo on his finger is September of 2024. David has been on tour for a while and has not been in LA for more than a month. Police have not revealed who was driving the Tesla before it was left at a Hollywood street and impounded. The Tesla has a Texas license plate and is registered to David. The vehicle had not been reported stolen. Police have not said if they have a suspect. TMZ did reach out to David's rep, said they do not want to interfere with the ongoing police investigation.
It's oddly so casual. In the cover of Night, a man tries to punch in the house code, tries the doorknob, stares at the camera, and then leans over to light the hanging sheet on fire. All while 8 members of the Phi Kappa Psi fraternity were asleep inside.
Did not know what was going on. I could hear pounding on the front door. Just glanced out my window and just saw orange. Just freaked out immediately, ran upstairs, woke all my roommates up, and we all got out of the house pretty quick.
The front porch lit up in seconds. Fire spread to the inside of the house. The kitchen, lounge area, study area, meeting room, all heavily damaged. And police say this man, Mitchell Thompson, is responsible.
Horrible. I mean, it feels like they try to kill us, but I don't...
Thompson has a very long history of mental illness, civil commitments, substance abuse, and crimes dating back to 2013. He was staying in a group home just a few houses away, and fraternity members and neighbors say they had seen him around just in the last few days leading up to that dangerous night. The judge has set bail for Mitchell Thompson at $1 million with no conditions or $500,000 with conditions, but for now, he remains in the Blue Earth County Jail with his next court appearance September 25th.
This corner looked more like a crime scene than a school bus stop this morning.
Parents called police after finding an electric fence just inches away from where their children wait for the bus. The man who put up the fence says he had finally had it with students trespassing and leaving trash in his yard. He figured the fence would keep them out.
I'm not in charge of other people's children. All I can do is protect myself.
But jolted neighbors thought the fence was too extreme. They called police, and police called Public Works, who questioned whether the fence encroached on a county easement.
Show me what's the truth. You know, everybody's just giving me different words.
The relentless homeowner not giving in because he says the signs posted in his front yard did nothing.
It says no trespassing.
What, you don't like kids? Me, I'm a parent, and I don't want any children around here to get electrocuted.
That's a little too extreme. I mean, you're going to let the kids get electrocuted? That's not cool.
This year, he's on track to make close to $1 million in sales. Brandon Bechtel was just a 13-year-old looking for a job. He thought about the standards, lawn mowing, landscaping, but then a Google search gave him an idea. Candles.
So I purchased some supplies, some materials, some labels, and just tried to put it all together.
And thus began Brandon's Candles.
That was a real rough product. Labeling was not good. The candle quality wasn't great.
4 years later, not so rough. Making $500,000 in sales last year alone.
I had switched from Etsy to Amazon Handmade and saw a large increase in sales. If you want to smell Ocean Breeze, it's a real nice color, I think.
Yeah, it's nice.
Thank you.
It's good. I like the color.
All his candles are eco-friendly and locally sourced. He also added the Eco Candle Supply brand that offers do-it-yourself kits. This year, he's on track to make close to $1 million in sales. Brandon Bechtel was just a 13-year-old looking for a job. He thought about the standards, lawn mowing, landscaping, but then a Google search gave him an idea. Candles.
So I purchased some supplies, some materials, some labels, and just tried to put it all together.
And thus began Brandon's Candles.
That was a real rough product. Labeling was not good. The candle quality wasn't great.
4 years later, not so rough. Making $500,000 in sales last year alone.
I had switched from Etsy to Amazon Handmade and saw a large increase in sales. If you want to smell Ocean Breeze, it's a real nice color, I think.
Yeah, it's nice.
Thank you.
It's good. I like the color.
All his candles are eco-friendly and locally sourced. He also added the Eco Candle Supply brand that offers do-it-yourself kits.
Tom Holland was just rushed to a hospital after he suffered a concussion and possibly cracked his skull open. So reports are coming out that Tom Holland on the set of the new Spider-Man movie suffered a terrible accident earlier today and was rushed to the emergency room. And not only was Tom Holland rushed to the hospital, but another employee who was also on set doing a stunt was also rushed to the hospital. This is who they said was possibly a stunt double rushed to the hospital in an ambulance. Now, Tom Holland's dad ended up giving an interview to The Sun and said that his son could possibly be out for multiple weeks. However, he was still going to attend a charity dinner tonight. Even though he was still able to make it to this charity dinner, his dad said, quote, he will be out for a while. Now, as it turns out, he did make it to that charity event. However, he left early after feeling ill, which is usually a sign of a concussion if you start to feel sick or if you end up trying to go to sleep after the accident. The new Spider-Man movie is due out next July. However, people are saying that this injury could end up extending that deadline.
49-year-old Jeremy Mooney, he has been sentenced to more than 8 years in prison on federal civil rights violations while employed as a law enforcement officer. We've been told that Mooney was accused of placing a victim in a restraint chair at the Pike County Sheriff's Office in 2019. This is according to Kenneth Parker, the U.S. Attorney with the Southern District of Ohio. So Mooney then is accused of dragging the victim, who was still restrained in that chair, outside and pepper spraying him twice in the face. Mooney is also accused of punching the victim in the head 11 times and with enough force to break his own hand. Again, this is all allegedly when that victim was still handcuffed and in that restraint chair. Mooney was convicted of 2 federal counts of violating a victim's constitutional rights by pepper spraying and punching the victim in the head. The jury also found his offenses involved the use of a dangerous weapon and resulted in bodily injury. He was sentenced to more than 8 years in prison.
I have decided to officially cut Travis Kelce. To be honest, I've long had enough of his laughable low-level mistakes. From the start of this season until now, he has kept failing at crucial moments, even smashing his helmet on the sideline in a useless display of frustration. I am not a coach who cannot accept mistakes, but I cannot accept a veteran acting like a rookie. Since he started that high-profile relationship, he has become more and more arrogant. He not only refuses to follow my play calls, but has also skipped practices multiple times. The truth is, his mind is no longer on football. I gave him plenty of chances. I thought after repeated mistakes, he would reflect deeply. I patiently waited for him to return to his peak level. But the reality is, he hasn't reflected at all. He has become even more reckless. Helmet smashing, confronting the coach, ignoring the playbook. His behavior has left me completely disappointed. What's even more ridiculous is how he's fully indulged in the spotlight, dressing up like a superstar every day. But on the field, his performance remains terrible. Perhaps I should have listened to the fans long ago and replaced him. The Chiefs need young warriors willing to fight for the team, not a washed-up star obsessed with fame and fortune.
This airline passenger says she fell asleep during a flight and woke up to find herself totally alone at midnight on the cold, locked-up plane.
It was completely pitch black. I thought, this is a nightmare. This is not happening.
Tiffany O'Brien says she was full-on panicking on the plane, which was parked far from the terminals.
It's just a sheer sense of helplessness when you feel like you're locked on this aircraft.
When she realized she was trapped on board, she texted a friend, "I just woke up alone in plane, OMG." The friend replied, "What? Nobody woke you up? Can you get off?" Tiffany texted back, "No, the door shut, OMG. I'm stuck by myself, alone on plane."
And then my phone died.
Her friend says she called the airport.
I said, her plane would have landed 2 hours ago. She texted me that she just woke up. I said, I don't know what's going on, but...
Tiffany says there was no power on the empty plane, so she couldn't charge her phone. She fumbled around in the pitch dark and made her way to the front of the aircraft and actually entered the cockpit.
14-year-old Paloma Nico Arellano tragically died after an undisclosed cosmetic procedure. Her mother and stepfather now stand accused of being responsible for her death, and the doctor who performed the operation was her own stepfather. Investigators say the mother and stepfather initially tried to cover up the truth, claiming Paloma had died of illness. But her father, Carlos Arellano, noticed something strange. While in intensive care, his daughter was wearing what looked like post-surgery garments. Only around the funeral did the family begin to piece together the truth, that the procedure may not have been medical necessity at all, but an unauthorized cosmetic surgery. Even more devastating, before the hospital call, Carlos was told his daughter was simply sick, possibly with COVID. When he arrived, she was already fighting for her life in the ICU. On September 19th, she briefly opened her eyes, but the next day, doctors declared she had no chance of recovery. Now, her father has demanded an autopsy, challenging the vague wording on the death certificate and vowing to seek justice. As he put it, she was 14 years old. She should never have been on that operating table. This case not only exposes deep family conflict, but raises urgent questions about the protection of minors, medical responsibility, and systemic failures. All of Mexico is waiting for answers.
The wife of Mikey Chen, aka Strictly Dumpling, has filed for divorce and a restraining order against him. And if you don't know Mikey Chen, he's a pretty well-known YouTube food vlogger, and I used to watch him all the time. So some of the stuff coming out about him is kind of crazy. On the Asian American YouTube snark Reddit, someone posted that his wife Christine has filed for divorce and a restraining order, and that some of their houses are for sale now. And people are saying they're not surprised. Based on the Reddit post, there's about a 28-year gap between Mikey and his wife Christine. And apparently Mikey is known to use his platform to reach out to ABG's young Asian girls and hit on them and being a creep. Like, apparently he was sliding into their DMs and he would hit up these young girls and hang out with them. I'm just going off the current Reddit post so far, but it seems like there's more to Mikey than just being a food vlogger. I don't know if I could watch his videos in the same way anymore, but it seems as if this is someone who knows Mikey and his wife personally, and they're exposing him on Reddit.
Scallops. They're delicious.
Oh my gosh, so good.
So you'd think if you order scallops, you'd get just that. Scallops, right? We ordered fried scallops. Then we sent them to Applied Food Technologies in Florida, where Molly Sims and her colleagues specialize in seafood DNA analysis. Guess what? The lab found there wasn't any scallop in the scallop.
False scallop.
So what is it?
We ordered fried scallops here. We had it sent to a lab and discovered that what we were served wasn't scallops.
Yeah, they're imitation scallops.
Wouldn't you feel better if the menu said imitation scallops, so the customer actually knows what they're paying for?
Then I would have to, do you have any idea how many things are imitation?
That's why we're doing this investigation.
And the other thing you want to do is the sniff test, because scallops have a sweet seaweed type of aroma. If it smells fishy, something's fishy going on. Literally, it is fake.
Stop, please stop.
A man picked up his wife and threw her towards the TV like a rag doll while she desperately begged, "Please don't do this." All of this happened in front of their 5-month-old child, who witnessed the entire scene but was powerless to intervene, leaving an indelible traumatic memory. The man is 31-year-old Zach Stacy, a former New York Jets running back. Later, he was only sentenced to 1 month in prison after admitting to the crime of criminal injury. The newly exposed video shows the severity of the incident, where they had a heated argument over a rent payment issue. His wife, Kristen Evans, attempted to escape, but he chased after her and used a trash can to smash the car, even grabbing the car's wiper. According to a home surveillance video, Zach first hit Evans twice on the back of the head with an unidentified object, then picked him up and threw him heavily towards the TV.
Please.
Evans can be heard constantly pleading with him to stop. Even in front of their 5-month-old child, Zach continues to commit violence. Zach was charged with serious assault and criminal damage and sentenced to 1 month in prison. At present, this mother and son are receiving psychological and legal support.
But if you're a cop, even when you're off duty, you're never really off. So it was no surprise this couple of cops sprang to duty on what was supposed to be date night.
A masked gunman barges into a restaurant, displays his gun, and screams for the cashier to give him all the cash. The bad guy apparently thought the place was deserted. But look, way in the back there, a husband and wife are trying to enjoy their date night out. Guess what? They're both cops. They just wanted a quiet night out at one of their favorite restaurants.
I could see the man's hands and I could see the firearm in his hand.
It wasn't until I saw the cashier's hands go up like this, and I looked at him, I was like, is he doing what I think he's doing?
When they realized what was happening in Kentucky, they leapt out of the booth with guns drawn. Then they charge at the armed robber, who makes a run for it.
You went right and I went left, and it prevented him from coming out the back.
Across or one behind another.
They chased him out the door. And today, these crime-fighting newlyweds are being hailed as heroes.
The suspect was arrested on robbery and gun charges. And when a teenage girl flashed that hand signal to a passing car, Amber Cagliano says they knew just what to do. They called the cops.
It's the hand signal that could save your life. A teenager was in a car driven by her accused kidnapper when she flashed a gesture to a passing motorist who immediately recognized it as a symbol for a woman in distress. The Good Samaritan called 911. The demo was developed by the Women's Funding Network and became popular during the pandemic because many victims had to quarantine with their abusers. This was a way of seeking help without having to verbalize it. After the 911 call, police in Kentucky intercepted the silver Toyota as it exited the highway. They found the 16-year-old girl and the 61-year-old man behind the wheel. She told police the suspect had driven her on a terrifying odyssey through North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and Kentucky. James Herbert Brick was arrested at the scene and charged with unlawful imprisonment.
If you like to stay in an Airbnb or VRBO, what happened at a Wisconsin rental home will catch your attention. Hidden cameras were discovered in a house in Madison, and tonight, the homeowner's in trouble.
A young family on vacation staying at this Madison area short-term rental home made a chilling discovery after finding a tiny hole in a bathroom outlet. These court docs allege the guests then saw there was a camera in the outlet cover with a memory card attached. Looking closer, the camera that clearly looked to be super glued to the back of the electrical plate. The homeowner was arrested more than a week ago and charged with felony invasion of privacy.
This is being investigated by our sensitive crimes unit because of the fact that, people of all ages were staying at this property.
What is scary is that we only hear what gets reported, what gets discovered.
So how much isn't getting discovered?
Mike Olson is a former Secret Service agent. He says your phone could be used to find the infrared signal from some cameras.
If you look at
One of the biggest and most popular sneaker stores in the world just got raided, and it's not looking good. Let me explain. So, for those of you who don't know, Cool Kicks isn't just a regular sneaker shop. It's a pop culture hotspot. On their channel, they have almost 2 million subscribers where they film some of the most top-tier celebrities shopping at their store. From influencers to streamers to rappers, just about any celebrity you can think of has shopped there. And doing this, Cool Kicks turned the resale game into entertainment. And this made the shop a tourist destination in Los Angeles and one of the most recognized names in sneaker culture. But just as recent as yesterday, things turned for the worse. And this actually happened live on a stream, which was abruptly stopped because of loud noises outside of the store. And then videos and photos started to appear on social media from concerned fans of police at the warehouse, where they had multiple people in handcuffs and stacks of sneaker boxes being loaded into a truck. And the owner of the store was arrested around 4:45 p.m. And this was under the LAPD's Bunko and Forgery Division. And while there's not a lot of information about this, but the Bunko and Forgery Division handles fraud, counterfeit goods, and financial crime.
A relaxing day at the pool turns into a freezing moment of pure panic. A little boy walks through the open gate, lured by a colorful beach ball. Then, in an instant, the 18-month-old falls in. In a split second, his father turns into Superman. Look at him make a jaw-dropping dive over the 4-foot fence, straight into the pool, saving his little boy. The dad, Albert Passavanti, who lives in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, says adrenaline kicked in and he suddenly possessed Superman strength to save his son. I spoke to him from China, where he's on business. Do you think your athleticism played a part?
Anybody would do that. You don't have to have any kind of ability to jump over a fence. You know, it's a kid's in trouble. You know, you got to get to him as quickly as you possibly can.
The Super Dad rescue comes with the arrival of summer and all the dangers associated with backyard swimming pools. Opened up about the recent tragic drowning of their son, River.
Ways that good will come out of this.
Luckily, Super Dad was there to save little Rocco.
The woman filled a storm pipe with concrete. Now the street floods every time it rains. She says the pipe was installed on her property without her permission.
People living in the Shadow Bay neighborhood of Longwood say this is the third time the streets have flooded like this in just the past few weeks.
I filled in the 2 manholes and that broken pipe because I didn't want any more erosion on my property.
In March, Diane Gogla sent her neighbors this letter saying she believed a drain pipe was installed on her property without her permission. She asks for compensation for water moving across her property, saying, quote, "I advise you of this because once I close that pipe off, you'll have a drain problem that will back up on the road and on your property." In April, she sealed off the pipe. In June, neighbors started feeling the effects.
Now it rains and it sits there. The water sits there. It does not drain.
Seminole County just sent Goglas a notice of code violation saying she has to remove the concrete and repair the existing stormwater pipe and drainage fixtures. If she doesn't, she could face fines of up to $300.
This woman pinned the thief to the ground and subdued him. However, when the police arrived at the scene, they directly arrested the girl.
She took my dad's phone.
Well, you shouldn't take matters into your own hands. I understand she was going to leave, but she could have just maybe followed her and not got on top of her.
The criminal will escape. That's what they think.
That's fine. If they escape, they escape. But that doesn't make it okay for you to trap somebody and not let them leave. Okay, so your daughter's in the wrong. Okay. So she's probably going to go to jail for assault.
The police officer did not approve of the girl's violent action. He even believed that the girl's pressing the thief down on top of her was an act of assault. Although the girl said they had recorded the entire process, the police officer seemed not to care about this. Then the police officer went to the side of the woman who had been stolen from to learn about the situation.
I don't know. She said she left it outside the store.
I don't have it. I've been down there. I just came back from my...
The thief told the police that she had no knowledge of the Asian girl's family at all and didn't take their phones either.
Basically, she shoved me and then she gave me a tattoo.
10 minutes?
Would not let me up.
As the attack on the thief woman's body. Although there were no visible injuries, the 2 police officers decided to arrest the Asian girl directly.
A 5-year-old girl accidentally fell off the balcony. Jason, who was crossing the street at the time, witnessed the whole process. He tried to catch the girl, but was unsuccessful. Although he touched the girl, she eventually hit her head on the ground. Jason immediately called 911 and attempted to speak to the little girl, but unfortunately, the strong impact caused her to bleed from the brain, and she passed away shortly after. Jason received a court summons, and the girl's mother, Vincina, sued her. Vincina claimed that Jason's failure to catch the girl changed teen Vecina's trajectory, causing her to land on the head. Vecina believes that Jason is responsible for his daughter's death and demands compensation of $2 million for manslaughter. After hearing the accusation, Jason collapsed. She felt guilty for not being able to save the girl and fell into depression. During the trial, Jason's lawyer argued that Vecina, as a mother, did not fulfill her responsibility by leaving a 4-year-old girl alone on the balcony. However, Vecina's lawyer believes that Jason's incorrect posture.
The homeowner paid $85,000 to have it installed, and now the same state that approved it wants him to tear it down.
This is this guy. He has no problems at all.
It's about 190 feet long and connects Doctors Lake to Andy Kent's backyard.
I got a permit.
In fact, Kent says DEP gave him 2 permits.
The government is sitting here asking me to tear down an $85,000 dock that they permitted not once but twice.
The permits were issued summer 2019. It was near completion when a neighbor complained to DEP the new dock hinders his ability to navigate from a canal to the lake. An administrative judge recommended DEP revoke Kent's permits now that the dock is finished.
I mean, there's just no way that can be legally correct. There's no way it can be fair to me as a taxpayer. I own a local business that has paid over $28 million in sales tax.
Kent offered this solution. In this illustration, the red line is a route.
Oh my God, the whole ocean's on the street. This is Jamaica right now. The water came all the way up to the hotel. Look at this, that's a shark.
We do begin tonight with breaking news. Major Hurricane Melissa is gaining strength and posing a catastrophic threat to Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean. This satellite image shows the eye of Melissa as it intensified to Category 4 hurricane. The storm has already claimed at least 3 lives in Haiti, flooding streets and destroying homes. It also left a trail of destruction. Jamaica is now preparing for the worst hurricane in decades, with as much as 40 inches of rain and potentially life-threatening flooding. People scrambled to leave the island ahead of the powerful hurricane. All of the airports there are now closed.
Tonight, Jamaica facing catastrophic and life-threatening flooding as Major Hurricane Melissa comes in, with potentially devastating winds and storm surge to follow. Residents stocking up on food and gas.
These rocks were brought in from blocking out the only road.
Move to a new city, but you continue getting those traffic tickets. Well, that happened to a Valley woman after she moved here from Chicago. Those tickets costing her hundreds of dollars.
So she reached out to 300 Side's Gary Harper for help.
Even though she moved to the Phoenix area last summer, but the one thing she didn't want to bring with her was her 2005 Saturn. So she went to a nationwide dealership called CarMax.
It was an older vehicle.
Cheryl says she was glad to sell the car. However, more than 6 months later, she received this notice from Chicago saying she had been given 2 citations. One was for not having a front license plate. The other was for failing to have a city sticker.
I mean, I don't own the vehicle and somebody else did this. It's not fair.
Cheryl provided the city of Chicago all the documentation proving she didn't even own the Saturn. We attempted to resolve the issue with the city of Chicago. In response, Chicago wrote back saying it didn't care and that Cheryl needed to cough up $520. That was frustrating.
Trump announces that he will distribute $2,970 economic stimulus checks to every American. Yes, you heard that right, real cash, directly into your pocket. This is not a tax credit, not a coupon, and not a discount voucher. It is genuine cash benefit. Many people may ask, what difference will this money make? For low-income families, it could mean children get hot meals and household bills are no longer suffocating. Some might say it gives you the chance to pay tuition, utilities, or buy essential items you've long been wanting. But is it really that simple? Economists are already discussing that in the short term, it could stimulate spending and boost the market. However, what about long-term effects? Inflation, rising prices, increased currency flow. These hidden risks cannot be ignored. Like a coin, it has 2 sides. The stimulus check in your hand may bring both hope and anxiety. Trump summarized his approach in one sentence: give everyone the opportunity to feel the warmth of the economy,
A man had stolen the homeowner's pckages many times. The homeowner decided it was time to teach the thief a lesson. He had left a fake package on the porch. The moment the thief picked up the package and opened it, a shock bomb exploded, and the force of the explosion hit the thief right in the face. The angry thief shouted at the homeowner, accusing him of setting a trap to frame him.
Was that a fucking flashbang? You look in the wrong direction. Who are you talking to? This is not funny, dude.
But before he could finish his words, the second shock bomb exploded again.
I can't see. What the fuck? My blind?
The angry and embarrassed thief called the police, claiming that he had been attacked. But when the police arrived, they learned the truth of the matter and immediately arrested the thief on the grounds of stealing others' property. On the other hand, the homeowner's actions were determined to be within the scope of his legal rights to protect his property, and he was not charged with any crime. Ultimately, the thief was sentenced to 15 years in prison and ordered to pay $200,000 in compensation. Do you think the homeowner's approach is right? Welcome to share your opinions in the comment section.
This video shows the moment a woman choked 18-year-old Catherine Vang at the Big Fresno Fair Sunday night. Vang says she was in line for a ride with her friends when the suspect started cutting in line. That's when she decided to stand up to the woman, starting an argument that led to violence.
When she did that, honestly, you know how like people have like a flight or fight response? My kind of initial response is to freeze up, so I kind of just like, I didn't know what to do. I was shocked. I think like I didn't process it immediately. You know, I still am kind of in disbelief.
The night of fun at the fair should never end like that, which is why she is now taking action.
What made you make the decision to want to press charges?
Just the fact that like I want justice because it happened and what she did to me, it wasn't right.
Fresno police now using the video and this photo to get in contact with the suspect.
At this point, we're looking at 2 misdemeanor charges, and once we identify her, if she's around, provide a statement.
A Florida father is going viral after showing just how costly a day trip to Disney World has become.
Before we even got into the park, it cost me $30 just for parking. And even being a Florida resident, tickets for a family of 5 with 1 child under 10 was still $974. The rest of the family decided they want to go to dinner at downtown Disney Springs. This place was my literal hell, totaling $245.27. The grand total for our day was $1,391.91.
I kind of had a feeling it would go viral. It's very relatable. It's family friendly. Disney's always a hot topic, and we're all trying to pinch pennies. So that video was probably my therapy as I was going through the day. The kids were smiling, sometimes fighting in between the lines. My wife was having a grand old time. Meanwhile, mine was just swipe the card over and over and over. And it started with the ticket purchase, and then it ran right into the parking, and then it just was like a cash cow for the rest of the day. So I kind of had an idea that people would be able to relate to it, just maybe not so much.
Breaking news. Disneyland will be moved to Las Vegas. Starting from the end of October, Disneyland will be closed and moved to Las Vegas, Nevada. Disney did this because of the high taxes imposed by California. They will move the entire theme park piece by piece outside the Las Vegas Strip for reconstruction, where Disney has been secretly purchasing thousands of acres of land. This will be achieved in a way where tourists can still enjoy the park while moving around. For instance, they will start to move the amusement facilities that are currently closed or about to close. Then they will close the areas of each park one by one in order to remove them. For example, Tomorrowland at Disneyland will be the first to close, but all the other parks will remain open. They will load tens of thousands of trucks and spend 4 hours transporting the parts to Las Vegas, where they will rebuild the amusement facilities. Then, once there are enough restaurants, they will open there. This means that Disneyland will be open. The good news is that your park ticket is valid in both places. However, they will not lower prices during this transitional period.
A Kentucky homeowner calls it instant karma. He says a driver tried to run over a 9-foot snowman that he built outside of his home.
Someone saw the soon-to-be Lutz family's creation and tried to fracture Frosty with the front end of their truck. But they quickly realized their mistake when the plowed-away snow showed Frosty's roots. This towering triple stack of snowballs in northern Kentucky has a lot of character, much like the people who built it. This snowman was packed with purpose by Cody Lutz, his fiancée Lucy, and his soon-to-be sister-in-law, because this weekend marked several new snow experiences for 2 of the newest.
We were playing in the snow, so this is the most snow she's ever seen.
So much that he took snowman building to the extreme, using a massive tree stump as the base for their top hat-topped creation.
I went to work on Monday, and I came home to this on Monday night, which is The irony is pretty funny.
A disabled University Heights woman is fighting City Hall and losing.
It's all because of how she fixed her yard to help her get around.
Disabled retiree Carol Waddell paid a contractor $1,500 to remove the grass in front of her University Heights home and replace it with concrete so she could park her car there. He told her he'd pulled a permit back when the work was done 7 years ago. She thought all was well until this came in the mail, a citation from San Diego Code Enforcement.
How it came, just like this, immediately ceased parking into front yard.
Not only that, in red ink, highlighted in neon green,
Comply will result in fines and fees.
Waddell lives on Social Security. She says she can't afford to pay a contractor to tear up the concrete or pay for a building permit to do the work. She's already been hit with a $500 fine.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Code enforcement said the sidewalk isn't their department and that there's not much they can do.
It was a shock. I just couldn't believe it. It looks like what it does right here.
Jim Ficken is 69 years old and retired. He's owned this house in Dunedin for a little over 10 years, and last summer, when he was out of state taking care of his late mother's estate, the man he hired to mow his lawn died unexpectedly. And so the grass started to grow, and once it got over the city limit of 10 inches, so did the fines.
And running them up for 7 weeks, at least 7 weeks, before they even gave me notice that they were fining me $500 a day. So they just run up the fines, and it's $28,500 before you can.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Almost $30,000 in fines for grass that was too long. And so this week, when the city of Dunedin moved to foreclose on Ficken's home, he sued to protect his rights.
The city could have just mowed the lawn and sent a bill. The Constitution requires that the punishment fit the crime. And this $29,000 for closure, that doesn't fit.
An Ohio grandma shares a cleaning tip and dives into social media stardom.
That's crazy. That's crazy, ridiculous.
Lisa Pack says her pool tends to get a little green, leaving her family feeling blue.
My pool has never been clear. It's just doesn't stay clear for some reason.
She tried a simple trick that requires no effort, no scrubbing, and fits in the palm of her hand, a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Magic Eraser, you put it in your skimmer basket.
She left it there overnight, and when she checked the next morning,
it was green and the pool was clear.
Pack was so impressed with the results, she took to Facebook, posting a photo of the very green sponge along with an explanation of her cleaning hack. The idea made a huge splash.
The viral, how it went viral, nobody else must have tried it, but it has worked, and now other people has tried it. I've probably gotten about 100 responses saying that they've tried it.
Of course, she says she still has to vacuum to pick up dirt and debris, but on the whole, she says keeping her pool clean is a breeze now.
Do you have a $2 bill lying around? Well, if you do, it might be worth some big bucks. Uncirculated $2 bills from 1890 could sell for up to $4,500. And bills from nearly every year between 1862 and 1917 could go for at least $1,000. But newer $2 bills may also carry value. The government stopped issuing the bills in the 60s, and over the years, the $2 bill developed a negative reputation as it was associated with voter bribery. Others also considered them bad luck.
So you'll want to dig up your $2 bills if you have any, because they could be worth thousands of dollars. One bill with a low serial number, printed in 2003, hey, that's only 20 years ago, recently sold at auction for $2,400, then it resold for $4,000. As currency auctions, uncirculated $2 bills from nearly every year up to 1917 are worth at least $1,000.
Getting kicked out of the hospital in active labor for being black, and her husband having to deliver their baby on the side of the road. This happened in Crown Point, Indiana, where Mercedes Wells arrived in clear distress after hours of strong contractions. Staff focused only on her dilation number, decided she wasn't progressing, and discharged her. They did not track her contractions, did not reassess her pain, and did not listen when she said something was wrong. 8 minutes after being forced out, her labor collapsed into crisis. Her husband pulled over their truck as the baby crowned, delivering their child on the roadside while Mercedes screamed through pain that should never have been managed alone. They then drove 30 more minutes to another hospital because the first one refused to treat her. This is not a rare failure. Black women are repeatedly dismissed during pregnancy and birth, and the consequences are often fatal. Labor is not measured by dilation alone. The hospital missed what should have been obvious. The children responsible for the assault have been arrested. The incident occurred as the pregnant woman was walking home. After a group of minors knocked her down, they took turns jumping over her as if playing a vaulting horse game. Her young son rushed into the crowd, shielding his mother's abdomen with his frail body. Despite his tears, a cell phone camera captured this heart-wrenching scene, while the children laughed and completed each shove. Most alarming is that the pregnant woman suffers from sickle cell disease, where any injury could trigger life-threatening complications. What appeared as a childish prank instantly escalated into a life-threatening assault. The judicial system has taken the rare step of holding multiple parties accountable. Not only will the juvenile perpetrators face trial, but their parents will also be prosecuted for parental neglect. The judge explicitly noted in the case file that behind juvenile violence often lies absent family education. Police presence has now been increased around the school, and formal charges have been filed against both the children and their parents to ensure such violence does not recur.
One senior who ditched natural grass to make life easier is now seeing red, courtesy of the city.
It may look real, but this is synthetic grass, and it's led to a turf war with City Hall. Homeowner Frank Leone installed the fake grass on his North York lawn because he's in his 80s, he's had a stroke, and has limited mobility. Shortly after the turf went in, a complaint was filed by a neighbor. Frank got a notice from the city. Receiving help from former councilor Karen Stintz, Leone called a bylaw officer to inspect the lawn, getting approval last October. And he got it in writing. Leone thought it was over, but just a month later, a building inspector from the city said the lawn is not permeable, meaning water can't pass through it. And
he's being charged for failure to comply with an order.
This despite the approval of a bylaw officer.
He's now being served with additional notices of violation, including fines.
According to Leone, he was told that the primary issue was a lack of water flow, even though his turf has many holes. And it allows water to flow through easily.
Man fired after making a split-second decision to save a driver's life.
I could find another job. Yeah. He couldn't find another life.
And that is just what Anthony Garcia did, risking his own safety using his tow truck to block this car from barreling into traffic on the strip. Travis Haldeman is a Clark County firefighter who responded to the call.
I'm really happy he did what he did that day.
Haldeman says Garcia may have saved lives. Now his boss says he's wrong. Garcia gets the axe.
It's just really weird that they would fire me for that.
But the fire department says he's a hero. The Clark County Fire Department next week will honor Garcia with a Citizen Heroism Award for the same act that cost him his job.
We need more people like that, I think. He went way above and beyond the call that day.
If you had to do it all over, would you do the same thing again?
Oh, in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, it'd happen all over again. I could find another job.
Yeah. Call Garcia's former employer, Quality Towing. Back to them, Garcia will receive his award in 1 week from tomorrow from the Clark County Fire Department.
And my kids were picking, or they thought they were collecting seashells, but they actually collected clams, 72 to be exact.
You can see the rows of clams her children collected, but they learned an expensive lesson. Clamming has regulations.
Right before we went, I had decided to look at it, and that's when I saw the amount.
She got a ticket on the spot and later received notice she would have to pay just over $88,000.
It made me really sad and depressed, and it kind of ruined our trip.
Lieutenant Matthew Gill with the Department of Fish and Wildlife says the rules are in place to protect the species of shellfish.
So the reason we have these regulations is because we have to let them get to 4.5 inches so they can spawn, so they can have offspring every year, and they have juvenile clams.
Lieutenant Gill adding it's important to educate yourself and your children before going ashore.
If you have a dead sand dollar, a dead animal or something like that, or you have a broken seashell, that's fine. Pismo clams, what you're going to see is both shells will be intact together.
A child-free woman is refusing to trade shifts and work on Thanksgiving so that her co-worker can spend the holiday with her kids. The child-free woman posted to Reddit explaining that her job is one of those 365-day-a-year type of operations, and while it's common to work on holidays, she's worked there for a couple of years, and this is the first time she's been granted Thanksgiving Day off, so she's very excited to have that day off to celebrate with her family. But there's also this informal expectation that people without kids will cover shifts so that parents can celebrate with their families. Recently, a co coworker named June asked this woman if she would cover her Thanksgiving Day shift so that she could be with her kids, and it did not sit well with this woman. This woman is newly engaged, and their families are doing a blended holiday for the first time, so she told June no, as she already had Thanksgiving Day plans. June was annoyed, though, and told this woman she was breaking the informal code of the office. This woman spoke to her mentor about the situation, and her mentor took June's side, but this woman insists that the expectation isn't fair. Why are people without kids penalized and expected to work on holidays?
A woman sells the ring her ex gave her. Then the jeweler tells her this. After going through a heartbreaking breakup, Melissa decides it's time to move on, including getting rid of the exquisite ring her ex gave her. With a heavy heart, she walks into a jewelry store hoping to sell the ring and make some money. The jeweler, Harris, reacts in a way that leaves her confused. "Wait here, I'll be right back," he says, taking the ring into the back room. Melissa stands alone at the counter, still unaware of the horrifying truth that awaits her. After a few minutes, Harris reappears. "Melissa, I hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a personal question. Where did you get this ring?" he asks, looking her straight in the eye with a serious tone. "My ex-boyfriend gave it to me a few years ago," she replies, explaining that they are no longer together. "Do you know where he got this ring?" she asked, carefully phrasing the question. Melissa shook her head. Suddenly, he heard Harris say, "Thank you for coming right away, she's right there." She was shocked and confused for a moment when she realized the police were standing nearby. "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me."
Thank you, my baby. I don't wish this on nobody.
Another terror attack. A children's birthday party in Stockton, California, was suddenly disrupted by gunfire, transforming a family gathering into a scene of mass casualties with 4 dead and 10 injured. Before 6 p.m., children were playing outside the banquet hall when bullets shattered the festive atmosphere. A total of 14 people, including children and adults, were shot. According to the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, this likely wasn't a random attack. Preliminary reports indicate local rappers MB Nell and Flyboy Dookie were among those shot, and investigators are determining whether the shooting targeted specific individuals. If confirmed, officers noted the attackers violated even the unwritten rules of street violence, bringing guns into a venue filled with families and children. 4 victims died at the scene, while 10 others were rushed to the hospital. No suspects have been arrested so far, and joyful birthday gathering for children ended in chaos, trauma, and tragedy.
No, this is not photoshopped, and people's heads will all start to morph into this.
I have a dent. I have a dent. It's a f***ing indent. That's bro. You don't.
Scientists predicted that many internet users will all have mutilated heads in the near future and their heads will dent. However, this is no longer a prediction and is now happening across the world. People were terrified when Twitch streamer Curtis had shaved his head for charity.
Dude, the shaver's working like a champ. Dude, I have like an indent right here. This is where my headphones go. I have a fucking headphone indent in my head?
Curtis was terrified to see the start of a dent. Oh, but there's more, because it didn't just stop there. This prompted other gamers to shave their heads and to post their shaved heads to speak up about it. Streamer Tim the Tapman posted a terrifying photo of what his head has turned into.
Is there a dent in my head? Dude!
Many people have now been opting out of using headsets to avoid this, but it might be too late for many. The scientist's prediction also talked about gamers' bellies as well as their hand shape. So, which will be next?
A shocking video shows a woman being maliciously ambushed and attacked by a man while cleaning her car at a car wash.
You could just see on his face, he was ready to kill. Like, he had evil in his eyes.
Around 11 a.m., a woman was cleaning her car at the Shiners Jet Wash when a black man walked up and took out a small knife, threatening to hand over the car keys. At the time of the incident, the woman was cleaning her car with a vacuum cleaner when the man attacked her from behind. The man hit her on the head with a blunt object and demanded her car keys. When the woman broke free from the threat and tried to get in the car from the other side, the man punched her and continued to chase after her. The owner of the car wash immediately stepped forward to help the woman when he heard her scream, and the man immediately fled the scene. It is reported that the man subsequently attacked another woman at a nearby store. The police later found him on a bus and arrested him. Afterwards, he was charged with multiple crimes, including 3 counts of attempted carjacking and 2 counts of serious assault on women.
A black man was called the N-word by a mentally challenged child. After confronting the child, the black man was investigated by the police for making a violent threat.
You tell your son to wash his mouth. He's using derogatory terms.
According to the footage, the child suddenly said the N-word to the man as he walked by. The man immediately approached the child and his caregiver, asking why the slur was used.
In the video, the caregiver appears nervous and explains that the child did not learn the word at home. She says the child's family never taught him such language and believes he picked it up from other students at school. The man responds firmly, telling the caregiver to better supervise and educate the child. He also tells them to leave the area. The interaction draws attention because the child's disability is visible and the caregiver repeatedly tries to calm the situation. Authorities later confirmed they are looking into the incident. He's reportedly being investigated for making what police describe as verbal threats in a public setting. No charges have been announced, and both sides have not released further statements.
You're not going to use the N-word.
No.
That's offensive, William. That's very hurtful to somebody when you use that word. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Banned from Amazon. It's happening to more and more people, and you could be next. These two people from different parts of the country were both blacklisted by the e-commerce giant.
I was really shocked and upset.
They just sent an email and it said, "We've closed your account."
So why the ban? Amazon said that these customers had consistently returned a large number of orders, but Jamie from Georgia disagrees.
We had returned about 4 or 5 items within about 6 months.
The last item Jamie returned was this $43.99 retractable laptop desk because she said it was missing parts. Nathan told us he returned 43 items over the course of 5 years. The final purchase was this small part for his faucet, which cost $10.99.
I kept ordering a part and trying it, and it didn't fit. So I just sent it back, ordered another one, and I must have done that maybe 4 or 5 times.
So how many returns is too many? Amazon won't give an exact number.
A DoorDash delivery driver sprayed pepper spray into food after being unhappy with the tip. The customer was rushed to the hospital after eating the food. Mark Carden and his wife said they ordered dinner through DoorDash and added a $5 tip in the app. According to Mark, the driver seemed dissatisfied with the amount and decided to take revenge by spraying pepper spray into the food before dropping it off. Mark's wife, a part of the meal, and immediately began coughing uncontrollably. Her throat and chest started to burn and she struggled to breathe. Mark said she was rushed to the hospital and that she almost lost her life from the reaction. Mark contacted law enforcement and the sheriff's office confirmed they are actively investigating. DoorDash has not yet released further details, but the driver has reportedly been removed from the platform during the investigation. The case has sparked debate about tipping standards and whether customers should feel pressured to leave higher tips out of fear of retaliation.
A customer got upset because an all-you-can-eat fish fry didn't live up to its name.
It's false advertising.
Bill Wisseth has a beef with the all-you-can-eat fish fry at Chuck's Place in Thiensville. He was there Friday when the restaurant cut him off after he ate.
We asked for more fish, and they refused to give us any more fish.
The restaurant says it was running out of fish and patience, arguing Bill has been a problem customer before. They sent him on his way with another 8 pieces, but that still wasn't enough. He was so fired up, he called the police. Why did you think you needed to call the police about it?
Well, because I think that people have to stand up for consumers.
And he wasn't done. He came back 2 days later with a picket sign. Elizabeth Remming is a waitress there and says they've tried to work with Bill over the years, like letting him have a tab he still hasn't paid off. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I've got a running account here.
Bill isn't backing down, saying his fish fry fight isn't over.
So if y'all have been keeping up with the squatter case in D.C., the judge just ruled that the squatter, Shadija Romero, has to leave. Actually booked the property that she was squatting in as an Airbnb guest. The owner of the property, who's pictured here, said that she stayed in the property for about 10 or 11 months and refused to leave. But she claims that she had an agreement with the owner, to which the owner said they had no agreement. The owner went to court multiple times. The owner called the police multiple times and also attempted to try to change the lock. The owner also put this sign right outside the property that said that there was an unauthorized person inside, to which Shadija, the squatter, actually put a blanket to try to cover the sign. And there are also claims that Shadija Romero, the squatter, has done this more than once. Now, I'm not going to judge this woman's circumstance. What I will say is that it is unfortunate that we live in a country that will take the time to create laws that protect you if you squat in someone's property, but at the same time just won't give people housing.
Stop a beat! A terrifying moment. This bungee ride is set to be launched hundreds of feet into the air. 13-year-old Trevor Larson was about to be catapulted. He's with a family friend. His dad, Drew, shot the video. You can hear him teasing them seconds before the major malfunction.
Oh, did they sign the insurance waiver?
That's when it all went bad.
Stop a beat! Holy
It happened at the Mount Olympus Park in Wisconsin. Look at the impact of the bungee cord hitting the ground. It took a chunk out of the cement.
How close do you think this came to being something pretty awful?
Oh, real close. Real close.
Oh my God!
This is what the catapult ride looks like when working properly. Trevor says he's willing to try it one more time. You might want to check with Dad first.
You would not let Trevor go up again while you're around?
No, not a chance.
Local stores using new technology to stop thieves from walking away with thousands of dollars in stolen items.
Shoplifting is becoming such a big problem for retail stores. They're trying new ways to stop thieves at the door. Grocery carts are a new weapon in fighting shoplifting. There's something special in their wheels. Here's how it works. You fill up your cart and head to a check stand.
And when they go through the check lane, there's deactivators in each check lane, and through self-checkout, it sets off a camera. Prevention actually has to look at the camera and view every time that the doors go off.
So if you don't go through a check stand, what happens with the cart?
The cart will lock at the entryway.
The system is designed to prevent shoplifters from loading up a cart, then heading out the doors without paying. It's tough for store security to detain someone inside the store suspected of shoplifting when the thief could always say they were planning to pay.
It does help prevent loss in our stores.
This technology will completely change how retail stores handle theft.
This guy waited 18 hours for his flight. Everyone else on the plane had given up, and he ended up being the only passenger on the aircraft.
I am the only person on the plane.
How many bags do you have to load today, bro? Total one.
The passenger was booked on an American Airlines flight from Oklahoma City to Charlotte that he says was delayed for 18 hours. When they did finally call his flight, he was the only one who showed up.
I get to the gate and nobody's there except for the gate agent. And she goes, "No, honey, you're the only passenger on this flight."
During the 2-hour journey, the flight attendants gave Phil Stringer their undivided personal attention.
They gave me all the food and drink that I wanted. They let me sit wherever I wanted.
Stringer says he's even become buddies with the crew.
I got the phone numbers of the crew members. I mean, we're literally texting each other today.
American Airlines tells Inside Edition it can be frustrating when travel plans get delayed, and are thankful for our crew members who care for Mr. Stringer during his flight.
Hey, yo! It now appears that after being put in a motel by his friend Cookie, he's decided to trash the place. And this was all according to a call made by management to Cookie himself. Shall we have all of the details to tell you in this video?
I receive a call from management. The door is left open. Why is there a microwave in the tub? The refrigerator's turned over. I just feel so devastated. I'm at a loss. And
basically, Tyler's family had already told Cookie that this probably wasn't gonna work, but he didn't listen and went on to do what he did anyway. Then the management found the door wide open, refrigerator being turned over, and many more things. Tyler just isn't ready for stuff like this just yet. That's why when people were giving him hundreds of dollars, I was like, bro, that's not the best idea. People like to think, well, we could just get this homeless guy right here, put him in a motel, give him hundreds of dollars, and then everything will start going up from here. But that's just sadly not how things work. This is what this person is saying. You can't help someone that isn't ready for help.
No. Just find something out, bro. There's another guy in the picture, bro. I got the meanest headache, bro. Like,
Kai Cenat basically confirmed the allegations of his ex-girlfriend cheating on him with NBA YoungBoy, as he just announced that he is now single and he will no longer be in a relationship ever again. As you guys can see, this is Kai Cenat's Twitter. He posted it on Instagram as well, but he tweeted out saying, "I'm single and I will never be in another relationship again." Now, chat, let me ask you something. This girl right here, do you think she just might have done the biggest mistake in her life, cheating on Kai Cenat, literally arguably the biggest streamer in the world? And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes a billionaire later on in life. People are also speculating that this breakup might have been the reason as to why Kai Cenat started to watch anime and started to talk about mental health and really just being in a down place in his life. Regardless though, chat, do you think that her cheating with NBA YoungBoy is a L or is it a W? Because although Kai Cenat is one of the biggest streamers in the world,
this isn't Photoshop. This is happening right in front of us. human skulls are starting to show dents. You think it's just a joke? Scientists have been warning us. Wearing headphones for too long could actually reshape your skull. Nobody believed it until today, when prediction turned into reality. Famous Twitch streamer Curtis shaved his head only to discover a deep dent pressed into his skull by his headset. He was terrified. And the scariest part, he's not the only one. More and more gamers are shaving their heads and finding the same dent. Even big streamer Tim the Tatman posted a photo, his head shape almost completely deformed. But here's the real question, could this just be the beginning? Scientists warn it's not only the skull. Long gaming hours could also reshape your stomach and hands. Imagine it, future humans with skulls, palms, even bodies reshaped entirely by habit. It's already happening. And are you still wearing your headset? Breaking news, Jaden Smith has been diagnosed with cancer following months of worsening symptoms that were initially hived as routine growing pains. According to these accounts, Smith experienced persistent back pain, weakness in his legs, and increasing physical discomfort. The reports state that Smith sought medical attention multiple times and was initially advised that the symptoms were normal and would resolve over time. As the pain reportedly intensified, concern from his family grew. The accounts claim that his parents, Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith, requested further testing, including an MRI. The same reports allege that imaging revealed tumors in multiple areas of his body, including the spine, spleen, kidneys, lungs, and stomach, indicating a serious and aggressive illness. It has been claimed that doctors have not yet confirmed the exact type of cancer. As of now, there has been no official confirmation from his family or medical representatives regarding these claims.
A major scandal has unfolded in New York City's Diamond District. The owner of luxury jewelry brand Trax NYC publicly confronted AK Diamonds for allegedly scamming a customer. The incident began when a customer purchased what they believed was a 14-karat white gold bracelet from AK Diamonds, only for independent testing to reveal it was actually just 10-karat gold, causing a significant financial loss. According to Gajani's allegations, AK Diamonds employees falsely claimed an affiliation with Trax NYC to gain the customer's trust, despite the bracelet's actual quality and price not matching the description. To make matters worse, a receipt was still issued, 10-karat white gold, a clear misrepresentation. Gajani entered AK Diamonds with cameras rolling, presented the fraudulent receipt, and accused the store of tarnishing his brand and misleading customers.
This is crazy. AK Diamonds is now admitting he's broke after Trax NYC sued him for $1.5 million. And what's wild is this all started with one bracelet. A customer thought he was buying a Trax NYC piece. Same branding, same look, same claims. But when the bracelet got tested, the gold wasn't what it was advertised as. Trax finds out, tests it on camera, and instead of brushing it off, he refunds the customer over $22,000 out of his own pocket. Then Trax goes straight to the Diamond District to confront AK Diamonds face to face. And that's where everything explodes. There's shouting, cameras everywhere, and then one of the AK brothers spits in Trax's face. From there, total chaos. Police rush in. 2 AK Diamonds owners get arrested on assault charges. After that, the business fallout hits hard.
I refuse to attend Sina and Latif's funeral. I don't have the courage to face their families. Their deaths are my fault. If I hadn't asked them to accompany me to Nigeria for the holiday, if I had been the one driving instead of hiring a driver who was recklessly speeding, if I hadn't switched seats and moved from the front passenger seat to the back, perhaps this desperate nightmare would never have happened. I have already arranged for their bodies to be transported back to the UK, and on January 4, I will hold the most solemn funeral for them, laying them to rest at the London Central Mosque in accordance with their faith. I will stand at a distance and send them off with my prayers, unable to force myself to look directly at the lives that have been torn apart. I know no words can ever make up for this loss, but I am willing to bear the consequences in every way I can. Sina was not only the coach who trained with me for more than a decade, he witnessed every time I fell and every time I stood back up. Latif was the brother to whom I entrusted my life without hesitation, the one who lit a lamp for me in the darkest moments. From this day on, I will bid them farewell with the most solemn vows by caring for their families, protecting their dignity, and engraving their names into my life until the day I see them again.
Look what she finds inside her Crocs. This is deeply unsettling. Sometimes the people closest to you are the ones putting you in danger without you even realizing it. This woman began getting sick over and over again. Not just her, but her entire family. Doctors couldn't explain it. Nothing added up. Then she remembered a gift, a pair of Crocs given to her by someone she trusted, a close friend. They were expensive, high-value shoes in her country, and at first she was genuinely happy to receive them. But the sickness didn't stop, so she did something unusual. She took a pair of scissors and cut into the sole of the Crocs. At first, she found nothing. She kept going, because she felt something was wrong. Deeper inside, she discovered a small yellow object hidden in the sole. And when she cut it open, everything changed. Inside were two silhouettes. One represented her. The other represented a member of her family. This wasn't accidental. It was voodoo, witchcraft, a curse. And suddenly, the sickness made sense. So here's the question. Was this really just a gift, or was it a deliberate attempt to harm her?
A 3-year-old child with autism died in the nursery. The truth was astonishing. In May, Tara Williams, who had been busy all day, arrived at her son's daycare center, ready to pick up her 3-year-old son, Conrad Ashcraft, and take him home. But the staff member told her that Conrad had been sleeping since having his noon nap until now. When Tara found Conrad, he was covered with a thick blanket, lying face down and motionless. After the emergency personnel arrived at the scene, they found that Tara's body was stiff and cold, and she had been dead for several hours. After the police investigation, it was discovered that Conrad was punished at noon for not sleeping. A staff member sat on him until he stopped moving. It is reported that this nursery has received numerous complaints about such issues, but the director of the nursery has always claimed that his staff's work fully complies with the procedures. At present, the daycare center has been temporarily closed, but no one has yet been criminally charged. Let us seek justice for Conrad, and may the deceased rest in peace.
The line between cooked and almost cooked is literally death, so.
Christy Scott has formally accused Desmond Scott of infidelity in court, officially ending the social media power couple's marriage. According to divorce filings obtained from Harris County, Texas, Christy explicitly listed Desmond's alleged extramarital affair as the reason for the split, stating that it completely eliminated any possibility of reconciliation. Christy and Desmond met when they were just 14 years old, grew up together from adolescence into adulthood, married in 2014, and share 2 sons. More importantly, they were not just a married couple, but a tightly bound family content brand. They built their following through jointly created videos. They also co-owned a production company called Make to Be Films, which specializes in wedding and love story filmmaking. As of now, representatives for both Christy and Desmond have not responded. This breakup is not just the end of a relationship, of an entire influencer family business. Do you think Desmond will give up his wealth?
The viral Evil Queen performer from Disneyland has officially stepped away from the role after 8 years, and fans are genuinely heartbroken. The actress, now revealed as Sabrina Von B, shared that she began portraying the Evil Queen when she was just 18 years old. Over time, she became a standout favorite among park guests. Visitors would approach her already recording, hoping to capture one of her sharp, perfectly in-character interactions, many of which went viral across social media. Because Disney requires performers to remain anonymous, fans never knew who was behind the crown. Now that she stepped away, Sabrina has finally revealed her identity on TikTok, and that reveal alone has racked up millions of views. She's spoken about how the role helped build her confidence, pushed her out of her comfort zone, and allowed her to connect with fans in a way she'll always cherish. Those brief encounters weren't just character meet and greets. They became core memories for countless visitors. This isn't the end of her story. Sabrina has shared that she's pursuing theater roles.
I usually say don't play with God, but the way that Drewski is coming at these mega churches is perfection. The best part about this whole thing is Drewski isn't lying or exaggerating. He spits his gum at this old guy asking for some prayers for his sick wife as he's sitting in a Rolls Royce when the whole city was dealing with a natural disaster. He was saying stuff like, God didn't tell me to open up them doors, I'ma keep them closed. He only opened up the doors when he realized all the backlash he was getting. He doesn't care about the people.
Learn to say no.
I have a few questions about this skit though. Like, where did they get this rope to hold up big ass Drewski? You know he's top heavy. Even though he has regular people legs, that top half is no joke. Secondly, who allowed him in their church? Because I know he didn't create this whole set just for this skit. That whole set was looking a little too real. Lastly, where did he find these old people to perform in this skit? Because you know that old folks don't play about God.
A woman sells the ring her ex gave her. Then the jeweler tells her this. After going through a heartbreaking breakup, Melissa decides it's time to move on, including getting rid of the exquisite ring her ex gave her. She walks into a jewelry store hoping to sell the ring and make some money. The jeweler, Harris, reacts in a way that leaves her confused. "Wait here, I'll be right back," he says, taking the ring into the back room. Melissa stands alone at the counter, still unaware of the horrifying truth that awaits her. After a few minutes, Harris reappears. "Melissa, I hope you don't mind, but I want to ask you a personal question. Where did you get this ring?" he asks, looking her straight in the eye with a serious tone. "My ex-boyfriend gave it to me a few years ago," she replies, explaining that they are no longer together. "Do you know where he got this ring?" Melissa shook her head, assuming she had bought it at a jewelry store. Suddenly, he heard Harris say, "She's right there." She was shocked and confused for a moment when she realized the police were standing nearby. "Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me," the police officer said to Melissa.
Russia was just hit by the biggest snowstorm, and when I saw pictures and videos from this snowstorm, I thought this shit was all AI generated, but no, this is 100% real. And Kamchatka saw snowfall totals of up to 5 meters high. For reference, that is 15 feet of snow. Snow drifts from this storm, hence the snow drifts from this storm in particular, have been so ridiculously high, children in Russia have been using these snowdrifts to fucking sled. And adults have resorted to using the ridiculously high snowfall totals to jump out of their windows. This storm has also been responsible for shutting down schools and businesses in Kamchatka that have been forced to work remotely.
This black woman, who was cared for by her boyfriend for a year after surgery, decided to leave him because she felt he wasn't romantic enough, which drew widespread criticism. The woman underwent a serious brain operation and could not afford a professional caregiver during recovery. Her boyfriend quit his job and became her full-time caretaker for an entire year. During that time, he handled all daily care, including feeding her, helping with rehabilitation, and even cleaning her bodily waste. After a year of recovery, the woman's health improved, but the financial damage remained because the man had not worked for so long, he fell behind on bills and accumulated debt. To recover financially, he is now working 3 jobs to cover basic living expenses. The woman has since complained that her boyfriend is no longer romantic. She said he is always busy with work and does not take her out on dates, leading her to question whether she should stay in the relationship. Some people argue that many people can take someone on dates, but very few would give up a year of their life to do what he did. Others believe the woman leaving might actually be a relief for the man, allowing him to move on from a relationship that no longer values his sacrifice.
Rumor says Adam Sandler's daughter was humiliated at a luxury store last weekend, and what he did next left everyone stunned. Sadie Sandler walked into a Chanel boutique in Beverly Hills alone, dressed ultra casual, no entourage, just quietly admiring a $28,600 limited edition classic flat bag. The saleswoman looked her up and down and said coldly, "Please don't touch it." Sadie didn't argue. Minutes later, Adam Sandler walked in. Baggy shorts, big t-shirt, messy hair, pure dad mode. He put his arm around his daughter, looked at the saleswoman calmly and said, "So you judge people by their outfit." Then he turned to the manager. "Every classic flat bag in the store, all colors, all sizes, ring them up. Total $312,000, paid on the spot." Before leaving, he smiled at the saleswoman and said, "Real class isn't the price tag. It's how you treat people."
Why is Gesaffelstein the only one who can skip his acceptance speech? Stein attended the 2026 Grammy Awards dressed in a black suit and a black mask, where he won the Best Remixed Recording Award. Surprisingly, after giving a quick kiss gesture, he swiftly left the stage, which sparked a lot of discussion. First, Lady Gaga brought him attention. Gesaffelstein's collaboration with Lady Gaga on the album Art Pop brought him significant recognition, but he believes in his individual efforts. He felt there was no need to give an acceptance acceptance speech, because this award wasn't just for him. Secondly, Gesaffelstein doesn't want to show his face. In the past, he struggled with insecurity about his appearance. After wearing the black mask, he became more mysterious, which helped him attract more attention. The mask became a way for him to protect his privacy while also shaping his unique artistic image. According to insiders, Gesaffelstein has a peculiar accent and he is often mocked for it. Over time, he started to refuse to speak English, choosing to remain silent to avoid unnecessary embarrassment.
Y'all telling me that Bad Bunny had on a bulletproof vest? I don't think y'all understand how insane that is. Like, first of all, I realized from his jacket that it was a little bulky. I thought he was just trying to show that he was a little muscular. I thought it was supposed to be like this little look of like Superman. And then I also realized that he was sitting by himself. I'm like, where's mama, daddy, uncle, grandpa? Nobody was there to hug this man. Where is the family? Where is the boo thing? And to know that he was sitting by himself because it was a safety reason, the best night of his life, something that people look forward to in their career in the music industry, he was living it in fear. Do y'all not understand how insane that is? How concerning that is? Because the man is singing in Spanish. This is insane. Like, I don't feel like people understand. Like, this is literally insane. He is getting death threats because he's singing in Spanish. This is insane. He couldn't even share it with nobody. He couldn't even be there with nobody because he had to save, other people if a situation went down. And then he still stayed on that stage and said what he needed to say. Fearlessness. I give it to him because I would have been like, bump y'all. I ain't going. Y'all just catch me at the other side. These people crazy.
She's trapped in a car wash.
I am trapped. Like, I still have soap and everything all over this car. All the doors are closed.
It's a fully automated car wash.
I'm pushing the emergency button. Door is not opening. I cannot get out.
Locked inside the car wash.
Doors will not open.
How long were you stuck inside?
57 minutes.
Malik Birdsong was shot and killed yesterday in the very neighborhood where he grew up.
Who was an inspiration to those who knew him, was gunned down yesterday in front of his family in South L.A.
I'm totally heartbroken because they did it in front of me.
Victor Taylor, Malik Birdsong's stepdad, grieving over the murder of his stepson.
They assassinated my son in front of me.
Malik's mom describing what she and Victor saw as two young men pulled up to the house.
So he just said, "What's up, bro?" And then they pulled out these guns. He took one shot to the shoulder first.
She says Malik's girlfriend was threatened, and then Malik got up and ran down the driveway.
And they both stood up over him with a Uzi, and just, what he told me, said, "I don't bang."
Police say he was shot several times, died at a local hospital, and they're still looking for the suspects who the family describes as young.
15 to 20.
Younger than Malik.
Baby's killing my baby.
A proud dad walks his daughter down the aisle on her wedding day. But few fathers of the bride have done what this guy did to get to his daughter's wedding.
The interstate is completely blocked.
64-year-old David Jones walked 30 miles through mud and debris, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, to get to the church on time in Johnson City, Tennessee.
I'm going to be there to walk her down the aisle. And I just kept repeating that over and over and over again.
We caught up with his daughter Elizabeth on her way to her honeymoon in Hawaii.
I was an emotional wreck. I love and care about my dad so much, and to think about him going through that dangerous situations and peril and distress on his body to get there to be with me. It meant the world.
For a wedding gift, he gave her the reflector he carried with him in the darkness.
I said, let this be a memory for you to always protect each other, especially in your darkest hours, like this did for me.
It's every driver's nightmare. Your car will not stop, even when you hit the brakes, and actually keeps going faster and faster with no way of stopping. He says he thought he was going to die.
A car is about to speed by. The driver is going more than 100 miles an hour, but the 18-year-old kid behind the wheel isn't being reckless. He says he can't get his SUV to stop or even slow down.
He's going a lot faster than dispatch said he was. We're on a road that the speed limit's 55, so, people aren't expecting a vehicle to be coming down the road at him at 113 miles an hour.
He called his mom, who alerted police.
This is going to sound absolutely crazy. My son is driving the car, and he is going down County 17, can't get the car to slow down or stop, and he's going about 80 miles an hour.
Minnesota State Trooper Zach Groover tried to catch up to the driver, Sam Dutcher. They hatched a plan to get in front of Sam's Honda SUV.
So I ended up pulling my squad in front of him and just having him essentially rear end me and then use my squad brakes to slow him down to a stop. It was a pretty good jolt once he hit me.
This morning, the Los Angeles District Attorney saying his office is reevaluating one of the most notorious murder cases in American history. George Gascon saying they are reviewing petitions from the infamous Menendez brothers, Lyle and Eric, seeking release from prison or a new trial based on new information.
We're not saying that there was anything wrong with the original trial. We have been given evidence.
Their televised trial captured the nation. 2 young men charged with the brutal 1989 murder of their own parents in Beverly Hills.
What's the problem? Someone killed my parents.
They've been behind bars for nearly 35 years, serving life in prison without parole. The brothers testified they were abused by their father, Jose, who threatened their lives, arguing they acted in self-defense. After years of failed appeals, now, the Menendez brothers presenting what they say is new evidence, including a letter Eric wrote to a cousin 8 months before the murders, documenting the alleged abuse.
In a deadly attack outside a youth football game, a father shot and killed while sitting in a stolen car.
Game started at 8:15, and then about 5 minutes later, I heard 3 gunshots. Boom, boom, boom.
3 shots. 3 bullet holes in the front window of this white Audi. Juan Marte says he came to see a girls' soccer game and instead watched as a crime scene unfolded in the St. John Bosco High School parking lot. He says just after 8 this morning, he was at a field a few hundred yards away with about 100 children and parents when they heard shots fired and a man came running.
And said, hey, there's a shooting in the parking lot. And so the referee stopped the game and he told all the players to go behind the bench.
Deputies say when they arrived, they found a man who'd been shot inside a car that had been reported stolen. A woman in the same car was not hurt. They say the victim was taken to a hospital where he died. Investigators say the man was there to see his son play football. And Marte says that game still went on, even as all the soccer games were canceled. Investigators say witnesses reported seeing the suspect or suspects in a white sedan heading south on Bellflower Boulevard.
The man seen here riding his bicycle to the store is struck by not just one driver, but 2, and neither stopped to help.
Pretty devastating. I can't believe that people wouldn't. It's a human body, it's a human person. And for you to just run over them and not even check to see if he's okay, to keep going.
Danny Orleman's family is heartbroken, especially for his 2 children, 23 and just 16 years old.
It's rough for them, it's something you don't expect. It's something that you don't ever wish upon, but at the same time, you would hope that these people would have stepped up.
The crash happened back on September 19th at 9:20 at night. Jeanette Orleman's family is now speaking out and posting pictures, hoping to generate any information on what happened to her brother.
If anybody saw anything, heard anything, knows anything.
It happened on a Thursday night, one driving a dark-colored car and the other a pickup truck. Jeanette worried Danny will just become another statistic and the drivers won't be held accountable.
My hope now is that people will see this and maybe they saw something.
A landmark school destroyed by fire in Springfield Township, Delaware County. Classes are canceled tomorrow at St. Francis of Assisi School, and the community is heartbroken. The K through 8th grade school and parish had been a fixture there since 1929.
I was just so surprised. It was really devastating.
Flames tore through every part of this St. Francis of Assisi Parish school building in Springfield Township. Chopper 6 flew over the scene. It was just after 5 p.m. when 911 calls started to come in. School had been in session just hours before.
I picked my kids up from school at 2:40 p.m. and everything was fine.
A second alarm was called, drawing 20 fire companies to the scene.
I'm just actually distraught. I'm really sick.
The Archdiocese of Philadelphia says the building housed pre-K, kindergarten, and 1st and 3rd grades. Efforts are already underway to find a new location. The principal estimated about 150 students have been affected. The parish recently celebrating 100 years, impacting generations of families.
My kids went here, my husband, myself, my dad, my grandmom, we're all here watching it. It's just heartbreaking.
Pray for me.
This woman is on a mission saving Granny from Hurricane Milton.
16 hours. We have 16 hours in this car until we get to my grandmother.
Jennifer Seaman's road trip to Florida is more grueling than she ever imagined. When everyone else is evacuating, but you're driving straight into it to get your 93-year-old grandmother, she posted. Accompanied by her mom, Sue, they left Peoria, Illinois at 10 p.m. Sunday night. They drove through Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia. It took 20 long hours without stopping before they finally arrived in Venice, Florida.
Gas stations were out of gas. People were fighting to get gas. One car tried to run another guy over, fighting over gas.
On the road, they encountered gridlock.
It was bumper to bumper. You couldn't get off the interstate.
We probably sat on 75 for maybe 8 hours total last night until we decided to get off the main road.
Well, we're just quite tired.
There's Granny getting a special escort into the home by a very relieved son-in-law.
She's home.
Police just reopened all lanes of Tampa Avenue here following this late night violent crash. A lot of debris in lanes, especially near the sidewalk and in the bike lane. You can see that damaged traffic sign here after that violent crash. We've now learned from police that the two victims are both men in their late 50s. Their bodies removed from the scene by the medical examiner. Let's get you over to some pictures as this was all unfolding here near the crash site on Tampa Avenue near Chatsworth. It was just a little after 11 p.m. when police say the gray BMW was traveling northbound on Tampa when it crashed into a white Toyota traveling southbound that was trying to make a left turn here onto Atlanta Avenue. Neighbors heard the loud impact. They ran to try and help the victims and called 911. Firefighters arrived at the scene. They had to use the jaws of life to extricate the driver and passenger of the Toyota, but unfortunately it was too late. Both died on scene.
Iowa, Colorado, Wisconsin, a triangle of suspected lottery scams in America's heartland. It's the lottery scandal shocking America. 52-year-old Eddie Tipton, a former lottery official, has been sentenced to 10 years in prison for rigging a $14 million lottery jackpot in Iowa. But there was nothing funny about this real ripoff. The case was broken when surveillance video was released showing a customer buying the $14 million winning ticket in a convenience store in Des Moines in 2010. Notice how he's got a hood over his head. Was he concealing his identity? Turns out that was Eddie Tipton, who at the time was director of security for the state lottery. Here's his ticket with the winning numbers: 3, 12, 16, 26, 33. Prosecutors say he hacked into the lottery's computers, making it pick those numbers. Tipton was sentenced last month to 10 years in prison. Leaving court pending appeal, he said he was stunned by the sentence.
Shock.
While touring the wreckage, we meet the Drew family.
I'm heartbroken. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we can't do anything about it.
Deborah Drew, along with her 81-year-old mother-in-law, Patty, and daughter Megan, returning to Patty's home for the first time since Milton's disastrous hit. A home Patty has lived in for 51 years.
This is the first time you're coming back to your home. What was your initial reaction?
Devastating. I never expected it to be this bad. It's horrible. I don't know what I'm going to do. I just hope we can get it back to livable.
The Drews say they just finished cleaning up the damage from Helene and have never experienced back-to-back storms like this before.
7 days getting rid of the water, the first from Helene, and now she's full of muck. And this is the second time. And she's lost everything already, and now whatever she got fixed up and repaired and put back together is gone again.
Elaine bringing about 1.5 feet of water into the house 2 weeks ago. Oh, we can see the water line, yeah. But water lines from Milton reaching waist high.
She's on a fixed income, and now she's devastated, and she can't live in this.
Just one of many families here in Florida now figuring out how to recover and rebuild.
This is the shocking case of a family torn apart by an unthinkable act of violence. 23-year-old Seth South has been accused of brutally murdering his 2 teenage half-brothers in Poulsbo, Washington, in what police are calling a horrifying attack. South made a chilling 911 call, reporting that one of his family members had their throat slit before the line went silent. When officers arrived, they discovered 13-year-old Scotty and 15-year-old Sebastian Bass lying in pools of blood, one with a kitchen knife nearby, the other a handgun on a table. Seth South was nowhere to be found. In a haunting turn, South's grandfather and stepfather both revealed he had confessed to the killings, and, even more disturbing, he was on his way to murder a 3rd sibling. Police launched a statewide manhunt, finally catching him on a highway after deflating his tires. Blood was found in his car, and after being arrested, South even assaulted a detective. He now faces 2 counts of second-degree murder and a possible life sentence. A family shattered, and a community left reeling as South awaits his day in court.
New video captured the moment a shooter opened fire on the occupants of a gold Cadillac on the northbound 5 freeway during rush hour Thursday afternoon, firing multiple rounds into the passenger side of the car. The suspect then runs off, falling before taking off again, getting into a dark-colored vehicle where it appears 2 other people were waiting. The CHP spoke out about how dangerous this situation was for those on the road. Investigators believe this was an incident of road rage involving the Cadillac and a darker-colored SUV. At some point, the drivers may have been chasing each other before the Cadillac rear-ended an uninvolved vehicle near the Grande Vista Avenue exit. In an attempt to get away, the driver of the Cadillac makes a U-turn as shots were fired, driving the wrong way before crashing into oncoming traffic.
The gold Cadillac driver was able to make a U-turn on the freeway and drive back southbound in the northbound lanes, which was involved in an additional traffic collision with several other vehicles.
The passenger in the Cadillac, a man in his 20s, was killed. The driver rushed to the hospital. The suspects fled the scene before officers arrived.
The Correa family decided to tuck in early for the night. They'd be together in the living room, right next to where this gaping hole now sits.
We thought it was a car wreck, and my son comes and he's like, "Dad, there's a car in the kitchen." And I'm like, "Are you serious?"
Amador Correa Jr. says the car was sitting on his gas stove on its pad that took out a neighbor's fence, caved in portions of the garage, and sent rocks flying into the backyard neighbor's second-floor window. The homeowner says accidents happen all the time at this intersection, but he never imagined a car would be able to get over this ditch, go through this brick wall, and slam into his home. Police and fire, he says, arrived in minutes. The car had burst into flames, but police and fire kept the flames from spreading.
Officers got there quickly. They tried to give him medical treatment as fast as they could. They were unable to do much.
There are some things you can't, and he'll hold them closer tonight.
I have my wife, my 2 kids, and my 2 dogs with me that live here in the house. We're all together, so we're still a family, we're still a household.
Sarasota police say an argument caused 2 colleagues to kill one another. Their bodies were found inside a home this morning.
Officers with the Sarasota Police Department lined the 700 block of South Boulevard of the Presidents on Lido Key. 2 men, a 32-year-old and a 50-year-old, were found dead at this rental. Sarasota police say someone who had access to the home found the men around 9 this morning.
They got into some sort of argument. What it appears is that in this incident where they were arguing, they did end up taking each other's lives.
Investigators say the men were co-workers and had come to the area for work.
They were not working on this house. It looks like they were possibly coming here for work, and their employer had booked them a stay here.
Surveillance video from inside and outside the home is giving investigators a look into what happened, but they say there is still more to uncover. Officers found 1 knife on scene, and for those who live here, it's a tragic situation they're still trying to comprehend.
I feel bad for the families. I feel bad for these 2 men. I feel bad that this incident had happened, especially on our quiet little Lido.